I would always consider myself a pretty grounded guy. You know, feet on the earth, head mostly out of clouds. I worked a decent job, paid my bills, had a small circle of friends, and my biggest excitement usually involved finding a new craft beer or finally beating a notoriously difficult level in a video game. My love life, though, had been, well, stagnant. After a few lukewarm attempts at online dating that mostly resulted in awkward silences and mismatched expectations, I would pretty much resign myself to the idea of being a happy bachelor. Then Sarah messaged me. Her profile picture showed a woman with striking, intelligent eyes and a smile that seemed genuinely warm, not just posed. Her bio was witty, self-deprecating, and mentioned a love for obscure documentaries, which immediately piqued my interest. We started chatting, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. She was smart, funny, and seemed to have a genuine curiosity about the world. After a week of exchanging increasingly lengthy messages, we decided to meet for coffee. The coffee shop was one of those bustling artisanal places downtown, all exposed brick and clattering ceramic. I spotted her immediately. She was even prettier in person, with a cascade of dark, wavy hair and those same captivating eyes. She wore a simple, elegant dress that day, and her laugh, when she finally let out, was like wind chimes, light and melodic. Our first date was by all accounts perfect. We talked for hours, moving from the coffee shop to a nearby park, strolling along the winding paths as the afternoon sun began to dip. We covered everything from our favorite books to our worst dating disasters, finding common ground and share humor at every turn. She was a great listener, too, nodding thoughtfully as I rambled about my work, interjecting with insightful questions. It was during our walk, as we were passing a particularly dense cluster of trees, that I first noticed something odd. She had paused mid-sentence, her gaze fixed on something in the distance, though I could not see anything out of the ordinary. Her lips moved, almost imperceptibly, as if she were speaking to herself. It was barely a whisper, a soft exhalation of air, but I caught a fragment. Michael Davies. I frowned, turning to her. Did you say something? She blinked. Those intelligent eyes were focusing on me. Oh, sorry. Just got a bit lost in thought. This park reminds me of one back home. She smiled a little too quickly and continued our conversation as if nothing had happened. I shrugged it off. People talk to themselves sometimes, right? Especially when they are deep in thought. It was a minor blip in an otherwise fantastic first date. We went on a second date a few days later, this time to a small, cozy Italian restaurant. The food was excellent, the wine even better, and the conversation was just as engaging as before. Sarah was even more charming, leaning in conspiratorially when she told a funny anecdote, her hand occasionally brushing mine across the table. I felt a genuine connection forming, a warmth I had not experienced in a long time. But then it happened again. We were discussing our travel dreams, and I was describing a backpacking trip I would always want to take through Southeast Asia. She was listening intently, a soft smile playing on her lips, when her eyes suddenly drifted past my shoulder, fixing on the bustling street outside the window. Her smile faltered, replaced by a strangely vacant expression. And again, the whisper, softer this time, almost drowned out by the restaurant's ambient noise. Emily Carter. It was clearer this time, distinct syllables. I stopped talking. Sarah. She turned back to me, a faint flush on her cheeks. Sorry, what were you saying? You whispered something. I said, a slight frown creasing my forehead. Emily Carter. She laughed, a light, airy sound that did not quite reach her eyes. Oh, did I? I must have been humming a song. Sometimes I get tunes stuck in my head, and I do not even realize I am doing it. It is a terrible habit. She waved a dismissive hand, picking up her wine glass. Please, tell me more about Vietnam. Have you looked into the best time to go? Her explanation felt a little too convenient, a little too practiced, but I did not want to make a big deal out of it. She was beautiful, smart, and I was really enjoying her company. Maybe she did just hum to herself. I let it go, pushing the oddity to the back of my mind. Over the next few weeks, our dates became a regular thing. We went to a concert, explored a local art gallery, and spent an entire Sunday afternoon cooking elaborate meals at her place. Her apartment was stylish and meticulously clean, with abstract art adorning the walls and shelves filled with books. She was a fantastic cook, and her quick wit kept me constantly entertained. I was falling for her hard, but the whispers continued. They became more frequent, more distinct. Sometimes it would be in the middle of a sentence, sometimes when she was looking at something, sometimes when she was just quiet, contemplating. I started to notice a pattern, or at least, I thought I did. It often happened when she was looking at a crowded place, a busy street, a shopping mall, even just a group of people at a restaurant. And the names, they started to get under my skin. One evening, we were at a local bar, enjoying a couple of beers and a lively game of darts. She was laughing, her eyes sparkling, when she suddenly went still. Her gaze drifted toward the young couple at the bar, deep in conversation, oblivious to the world. Her expression changed, becoming distant, almost mournful. "Daniel Thompson," she whispered, so softly I almost missed it. This time, I did not let it go. "Sarah," I said, my voice firm. "What was that? Who is Daniel Thompson?" She blinked, her eyes clearing. She looked at me, genuinely confused for a moment. "Daniel Thompson. I do not know anyone by that name. You just said it." I insisted, my voice a little sharper than I intended. "You whispered it, just like you have been whispering other names." Her brow furrowed. "Alex, I really do not know what you are talking about. Are you feeling all right? Maybe you are hearing things." She reached across the small table, her hand gently touching my arm. Her touch was warm, reassuring, but it did not calm the sudden prickle of unease I felt. "No, I am not hearing things," I said, pulling my arm back slightly. "It has happened several times now. Michael Davies, Emily Carter, and now Daniel Thompson. Who are these people?" She sighed a weary sound. "Look, Alex, I am sorry if I have some weird habit of mumbling to myself, but I truly do not know any of those names. Maybe I am just making up random names in my head, like a song or something. It is really nothing. Can we just drop it?" Her voice was soft, almost pleading, and her eyes held a hint of hurt. I felt like in it. Here I was, accusing this wonderful woman of something she clearly did not understand, possibly even upsetting her. Maybe she did just have a strange subconscious habit. I decided to apologize. "You are right. I am sorry. It is just it caught me off guard. Forget I said anything." She smiled, a genuine relieved smile this time. "It is okay. Let us just enjoy our night." We did, but the incident had planted a seed of doubt, a tiny, persistent worm in the back of my mind. When I got home that night, I could not shake it. My rational brain told me it was nothing, a quirk, a misunderstanding. But another part of me, a more primal, anxious part, urged me to investigate. I sat down at my laptop, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. I felt silly, almost paranoid, but the names echoed in my head. Michael Davies, Emily Carter, Daniel Thompson. I started with Michael Davies, typing the name into a search engine, adding missing in my city's name. The results hit me like a cold wave. The first link was to a local news article, dated about 8 months ago. "Local man, Michael Davies, disappears after jogging in City Park." The article described a 32-year-old man, a graphic designer, who had gone for a run in the same park Sarah and I had walked through on our first date. He was never seen again. His family had pleaded for information, but the trail had gone cold. My heart began to pound, a slow, heavy drum against my ribs. I clicked on the link, reading every word, my blood running cold. The exact park where Sarah had first whispered his name. I did not hesitate. I typed in Emily Carter missing city name. Another news article, this one from about a year and a half ago. Young woman vanishes after night out downtown. Emily Carter, 24, had left the bar with friends and was last seen walking towards her apartment. Her purse and phone were later found in an alley, but there was no sign of her. The bar was only a few blocks from the Italian restaurant, where Sarah had whispered her name. My hands were shaking now. This could not be a coincidence. It was too specific. The dates, the locations they aligned to perfectly with when and where Sarah had whispered the names. Finally, Daniel Thompson missing city name. This one was more recent, only about 3 months ago. Local student disappears after darts night at popular bar. Daniel Thompson, 21, a university student, had gone out with friends for a game of darts at a local pub. He would stepped outside for a cigarette and never returned. His friends reported him missing the next morning. The bar was the same bar, Sarah, and I had been at earlier that evening. My breath hitched in my throat. I pushed away from my desk, stumbling backwards. A cold dread seeped into my bones, a horrifying realization forming in my mind. Sarah was not humming songs. She was not just mumbling random names. She was whispering the names of missing people. And she was doing it in locations eerily close to where they had last been seen. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she was a true crime enthusiast. Maybe she read all the local news, and these names were just stuck in her head. But the way she denied it, the way she looked genuinely confused, and the sheer coincidence of the locations, it felt too sinister. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing. Every charming smile, every engaging conversation, every gentle touch now felt tainted, sinister. Was she just incredibly observant? Did she somehow know these people? Or was it something far, far worse? I knew I needed to talk to her again, but this time, I needed to be prepared. I needed answers. The next day, I called her. My voice felt tight, forced. I suggested we meet for lunch, choosing a busy public cafe where I felt a modicum of safety. She sounded cheerful, completely oblivious to the turmoil raging inside me. When she arrived, she looked radiant, her dark hair catching the light. She smiled, a genuine, warm smile that made my stomach churn with conflicting emotions. How could someone who seemed so lovely be connected to something so dark? We ordered, making small talk, but my mind was elsewhere. I cleared my throat, taking a deep breath. Sarah, we need to talk about something serious. Her smile faltered slightly. Oh, what is wrong? The names, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The names you whisper. Her eyes narrowed, a flicker of something unreadable passing through them. Alex, we talked about this. I told you. I do not know what you are talking about. Yes, you do. I countered, leaning forward slightly, my voice low and urgent. I looked them up. Sarah, Michael Davies, Emily Carter, Daniel Thompson. They are all missing people from this city, and you whispered their names in the very locations where they were last seen. Her face went utterly blank. The warmth in her eyes vanished, replaced by a cold, distant stare I had not seen before. It was like looking at a stranger. For a long moment, she said nothing, just studied me with an unnerving intensity. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, punctuated only by the clatter of dishes and the murmur of other diners. I felt a cold knot of fear tighten in my stomach. This was not the Sarah I knew. Finally, she spoke, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. You should not have done that. Alex, why not? I demanded, my voice trembling slightly despite my efforts to control it. What is going on? Sarah, how do you know these names? Are you involved? A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips, but it was a smile utterly devoid of warmth. It was chilling. Involved, she repeated, the word a soft hiss. That is an interesting way to put it. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper, so low I had to strain to hear her over the cafe's din. I do not know them. Alex, not in the way you mean. I just hear them. Their names. When they are about to slip away. When they are about to be collected. My blood ran cold. Collected. What are you talking about? Her eyes, those beautiful, intelligent eyes, now seem to hold an ancient, knowing darkness. Some people, they just fade. They disappear. The world forgets them, eventually. But before they do, their names, they resonate. A whisper on the wind. And I just happen to be able to hear it. She paused, her gaze drifting past my shoulder again, fixed on a young woman walking by our table, absorbed in her phone. Jessica Miller, she whispered, her lips barely moving. I whipped my head around, but the woman was already gone, swallowed by the crowd. A fresh wave of terror washed over me. This was not a confession of guilt. It was something far more abstract, far more terrifying. She was not causing them to disappear, at least not directly. She was a harbinger, a listener, a witness to the unseen forces that claim people, who collects them. I stammered, my throat suddenly dry. She turned back to me, her expression unreadable. Does it matter? They are gone, and they are not coming back. She picked up her coffee cup, taking a slow, deliberate sip. You really should not have looked them up. Alex, it is not healthy to dwell on such things. Not healthy. I practically choked on the words. Sarah, people are disappearing, and you know about it before it even happens. She set her cup down, her gaze piercing. I do not know about it before it happens. I know when it happens, or when it is about to. It is a subtle distinction, but an important one. Her voice was calm, almost academic, as if she were explaining a complex scientific principle. It is like a ripple in the fabric of things. A tiny tear. And their name, it is the sound of that tear. So you are saying you are some kind of psychic. I scoffed, tried to regain some semblance of control, some rational explanation. She smiled then, a small, knowing smile that did not reach her eyes. You can call it whatever you like. All I know is the names come, and then the people go. She leaned back in her chair, observing me. And now you know, too. That last sentence hung in the air, a chilling pronouncement. Now you know, too. What did that mean for me? Was I now entangled in this horrifying knowledge? Was I on a list somewhere? I stood up abruptly, knocking my chair back with a loud scrape. I can't do this. Her gaze followed me, unblinking. Can't do what? Alex, this us. I said, gesturing vaguely between us. This is too much. I can't be with someone who knows these things. She tilted her head, a faint, almost pitying expression on her face. You think you can just walk away from knowledge. Alex, once you have heard the whispers, you can't unhear them. I did not reply. I just turned and walked away, not caring about the half-eaten lunch or the bill. I needed to get out, away from her, away from the chilling truth she had just revealed. I did not stop running until I was several blocks away, my lungs burning, my heart hammering against my ribs. I hailed a cab, giving the driver my address, and sank into back seat, trying to catch my breath. The world outside the window seemed to blur, a chaotic mess of faces and buildings. Every person I saw, every passerby, now felt like a potential whisper, a potential disappearance. For weeks, I tried to forget her. I blocked her number, deleted her from my social media, and tried to immerse myself in work and hobbies. But it was no use. Her words, her chilling calm, haunted me. And the names of Michael Davies, Emily Carter, Daniel Thompson, they were etched into my memory. I checked the news every day, paranoid, searching for any mention of Jessica Miller. Nothing, so far. but the dread remained. I could not shake the feeling that I was now marked, that by knowing I had become part of her terrifying world. Every time I heard a distant siren, every time I saw a news report about a missing person, a cold shiver ran down my spine. I started avoiding crowded places, feeling a strange, irrational fear that if I lingered too long, I might hear a whisper myself. One night, about a month after our last encounter, I was at home, trying to relax with a movie. The house was quiet, the only sound the low hum of the refrigerator. I was just settling in when I heard it. It was not Sarah's voice. It was fainter, more ethereal, like a breath of wind through dry leaves, right at the edge of hearing. It was coming from everywhere and nowhere. Thomas Jenkins. My blood froze. Thomas Jenkins. My neighbor, the kind old man who lived across the street, always waving hello, tending to his roses. He was probably asleep in his bed right now. My heart began to pound a frantic rhythm. This could not be happening. I tried to rationalize it. It was the wind. It was my imagination. It was the trauma playing tricks on me. But the whisper was so clear, so specific. I could not sleep. I spent the night staring out my window, watching Mr. Jenkins' house, half expecting to see flashing lights, a search party. Nothing. The morning came, gray and uneventful. I saw him later that day, out watering his roses, just as always. He waved, and I waved back, a weak, trembling smile on my face. A wave of relief washed over me, so potent it almost made me dizzy. It had been my imagination. I was just paranoid, but the relief was short-lived. That evening, I heard the sirens. They were not for Mr. Jenkins, not directly. They were for his son, who had come to check on him after not hearing from him all day. The police found him inside, collapsed, a sudden massive heart attack. He had died in his sleep sometime the previous night. My stomach churned. It was not a disappearance, not in the way the others were. But he was gone, and I had heard his name. The whispers continued, not constantly, but intermittently. Sometimes they were faint, barely audible, like echoes of a forgotten dream. Other times, they were clearer, almost insistent. Each time, they were followed by news of someone gone. A distant cousin I had not seen in years, who died in a freak accident. A former colleague who suddenly moved out of state, without a word to anyone. The whispers were not just about missing people anymore. They were about anyone who was about to permanently leave their place in the world, whether through death or disappearance. I never saw Sarah again, but I knew she was still out there listening. And I, by some twisted fate, was now listening too. I lived in a constant state of low-grade anxiety, my ears always straining, my heart always ready to leap into my throat. Every new name I heard was a fresh stab of fear, a reminder of the unseen forces that pluck people from their lives. I tried to tell people, my friends, my family, but how do you explain something like this without sounding completely unhinged? My ex-girlfriend whispers the names of people who are about to disappear or die, and now I hear them too. They would think I was having a breakdown, or worse. So I kept it to myself, a horrifying secret that slowly, inexorably, began to consume me. The whispers have become a part of my life now. A dark, unwelcome soundtrack. I do not know what they mean, or why Sarah and I are cursed to hear them. Are we merely passive observers? Or is there something more to it? Something that ties us to these departures? I do not want to know. I just want it to stop, but I know it never will. I will always be listening, always waiting for the next whisper, the next name, and sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet and the whispers are particularly strong, I hear a name that sends a fresh wave of ice, cold terror through me. Alex Miller, my own name, and I wonder, with a chilling certainty, whose name will be next. I have always been a bit of a homebody, you know, not antisocial, just comfortable in my own space. But lately, I would have been feeling that familiar tug, that quiet whisper in the back of your mind telling you it is time to put yourself out there. My friends, bless their persistent hearts, had been nudging me for months, suggesting I try one of those dating apps. I resisted for a while, picturing endless awkward coffee dates and forced small talk, but eventually, I caved. What was the worst that could happen, right? Famous last words. I guess. I swiped through a lot of profiles that blurred into one another, gym selfies, travel photos, bios that all sounded vaguely the same. Then I saw Mark's profile. It was not flashy. No extreme sports or exotic locales. Just a clear, kind-looking face, a genuine smile, and a bio that was witty without trying too hard. He worked in software like me and mentioned a love for obscure cinema and trying new restaurants. We matched, and the conversation started flowing almost immediately. He was charming, intelligent, and seemed to have a knack for making me laugh. We talked for a couple of weeks, easy, natural conversations that made me feel like I would known him longer than I had. He was not pushy, but he was consistent, always asking about my day, remembering little details I would mention. I started to feel genuinely excited about meeting him. When he finally suggested a first date, I was ready. He said he knew a place, a hidden gem he thought I would appreciate. It is a little off the beaten path, he would text it, but the food is incredible. Very unique. I like the sound of that. I am not a super adventurous eater, but I am open to new experiences, and his enthusiasm was infectious. We agreed to meet there directly, which felt a little odd for a first date, but I figured it was just part of his adventurous spirit. He sent me the address, and I typed it into my GPS. The restaurant was in a part of the city I rarely visited, a district that was a strange mix of old industrial buildings and new, trendy lofts. The address led me to a narrow, unassuming street, tucked away behind a larger thoroughfare. The building itself looked like an old warehouse, all dark brick and heavy, unadorned doors. No flashy signs, just a small, elegant brass plaque beside a heavy oak door that simply read the mall. The mall. The name itself sent a tiny, almost imperceptible shiver down my spine. It sounded primal, but I dismissed it. Maybe it was an ironic name, a nod to its hidden nature, or a play on words. I took a deep breath, checked my reflection in the car mirror one last time, and pushed open a heavy door. Inside, the atmosphere was immediately striking. It was dimly lit, almost to the point of being shadowy, with strategically placed spotlights illuminating individual tables and art pieces on the walls. The decor was minimalist, raw concrete floors, dartwood tables, and walls adorned with what looked like abstract, organic sculptures, twisted metal, rough-hewn stone, pieces of bone-like material arranged in unsettling patterns. It was not overtly creepy, more like a very avant-garde art gallery that also happened to serve food. The air was thick with a strange, earthy aroma I could not quite place not unpleasant, but definitely unusual, like damp soil mixed with something metallic and vaguely sweet. Mark was already there, seated at a small, intimate table in a secluded corner. He stood as I approached, his smile as warm and genuine as it had been in his profile picture. He looked even better in person, tall, with dark, intelligent eyes and a confident, easy demeanor. "Sarah," he said, extending a hand to shake mine, his grip firm and warm. "It is wonderful to finally meet you." "You too, Mark," I replied, feeling my initial apprehension ease a little. He was just as charming in person. We settled into our seats, and a waiter, dressed in a simple, dark uniform that blended into the shadows, appeared almost silently to offer us water. His face was unremarkable, but his eyes seemed to hold a peculiar stillness, an almost unsettling lack of expression. I tried to shake off the feeling. It was just a fancy, artsy restaurant. I was probably just nervous. We chatted easily for the first 15 minutes or so. Mark was a great conversationalist, asking thoughtful questions and listening intently. He told me more about his work in AI development, talking about the ethics of emerging technologies, which I found fascinating. He had a way of making even complex topics sound engaging. I was starting to relax, to feel like this might actually be a good match. Then the menus arrived. They were not paper, they were heavy, bound in what felt like rough, dark leather, with thick, almost parchment-like pages. The typeface was elegant, but a little difficult to read in the dim light. I scanned the appetizers, noticing names like Crimson Bloom and Whisper the Deep. It was all very poetic, very obscure. I glanced at Mark, whose eyes were already fixed on the menu, a slight, knowing smile playing on his lips. "Everything here is incredible," he said, his voice a low, pleasant rumble. "They source their ingredients from very unique places. Sustainable, ethical, but definitely not your typical farm-to-table. I am noticing that." I chuckled, trying to sound lighthearted. I flipped to the main courses. The descriptions were even more enigmatic. Veil of Shadow, Echo of the Void, Primordial Feast. There were no familiar proteins, listed no chicken, no beef, no fish. Just evocative, almost poetic phrases. It was intriguing, yes, but also a little unsettling. I could not tell what anything actually was. "Have you been here before?" I asked, feeling a bit out of my depth. A few times he replied, his gaze still on the menu. "It is a favorite. They have a dish here, a specialty, that I think you absolutely must try." He looked up then, his dark eyes meeting mine. There was an intensity there, a depth I had not noticed before, that made me feel a sudden, inexplicable chill. "Oh," I asked, trying to keep my voice even. "What is it called?" "It is simply called the Offering," he said, a slow, almost languid smile spreading across his face. "It is not on the menu. You have to know to ask for it. It is their freshest dish, prepared just for you." My stomach did a little flip. "Prepared just for me." I repeated, trying to parse the implication. It sounded a little presumptuous, or maybe a little romantic, in a very strange way. I was not sure which. "Yes," he confirmed, his smile widening slightly. "They have very particular standards for it. Only the most vibrant ingredients are used, and only when they are at their absolute peak." I hesitated. "I am not sure. Mark, I am a little particular about what I eat. I tend to stick to things I recognize." He chuckled, a rich, warm sound that nonetheless felt a little off. "That is part of the adventure. Sarah, trust me, you will thank me for this. It is an experience, a truly visceral one." There was something in his tone, a subtle pressure, that made me feel uncomfortable. It was not aggressive, but it was certainly insistent. I did not want to seem unadventurous or rude on a first date, especially after he had gone to the trouble of picking such a unique place. And he seemed so genuinely excited about it. "Okay," I said, trying to force a smile. "If you say so. What are you having?" "Oh, I will have the Offering as well," he said, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. "It is truly a delight." The waiter reappeared as if on cue, silent and watchful. Mark ordered, speaking in a low, almost conspiratorial tone, mentioning the Offering and then adding a few words in a language I did not recognize. It sounded guttural, ancient. The waiter simply nodded, his expression unchanging, and then vanished back into the shadows. A wave of unease washed over me. It was all so secretive, so strange. But I told myself to calm down. It was just a very exclusive, very pretentious restaurant. Mark was just trying to impress me. I tried to steer the conversation back to safer topics, but a part of my mind kept replaying his words, the odd name of the restaurant, the unsettling decor. After what felt like a long wait, the waiter returned, carrying 2 covered silver cloches. He placed one in front of me and one in front of Mark, with the same silent, almost reverent movements. The metallic cloches gleamed faintly in the dim light. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through the table as he set them down, or maybe it was just my nerves. "Bon appétit," Mark murmured, his eyes fixed on my cloche. There was an expectant glint in them, a predatory curiosity that made my skin prickle. The waiter, with a slight, almost imperceptible bow, lifted the cloches in unison. My breath caught in my throat. My stomach lurched violently. It was not food, not in any recognizable sense. On the plate in front of me lay a glistening, dark mass. It was roughly oval shaped, about the size of a small steak. But it was not cut meat. It was deep, dark crimson, almost black in places, with veins of a brighter, almost iridescent red running through it. And it was moving, slowly, subtly, the entire mass pulsed. A deep, rhythmic throb, like a giant, sluggish heart. Tendrils thin and slick, like dark, wet worms, writhed gently from the surface, retracting and extending in a grotesque dance. A faint, sickening smell rose from it, metallic and sweet, like fresh blood mixed with something musky and strangely floral. It was utterly, undeniably alive. My mind screamed. Every instinct in my body recoiled. I stared at it, horrified, unable to tear my eyes away. It looked like something ripped directly from a living creature, still quivering with its last vestiges of life force. What is that? I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. My throat felt tight, my mouth suddenly dry. Mark, however, was smiling, a wide, beatific smile. He leaned forward, his eyes bright with disturbing enthusiasm. It is the offering, Sarah, just as I told you. Pure, unadulterated, the freshest you will ever find. He reached for his own plate. His offering was identical to mine, pulsing and writhing with the same grotesque vitality. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up his fork and knife. The knife, I noticed, was unusually sharp, almost like a surgical instrument, and the fork had long, slender tines. He carefully cut a piece from the dark, pulsating mass. As the knife sliced through it, a thin, almost clear fluid, like viscous sap, oozed out, glistening on the plate. My eyes were glued to his actions, a horrifying fascination overriding my nausea. He lifted the piece to his mouth. It was still twitching faintly on the fork. He put it in his mouth, chewed slowly. His eyes closed for a moment in what looked like pure ecstasy. Exquisite, he murmured, opening his eyes and looking at me, his gaze unnervingly intense. The texture, it is like nothing else. So tender, yet with surprising resistance. And the flavor earthy, metallic, with a hint of something floral. You simply must try it. Sarah, he gestured to my plate. The pulsing mass seemed to writhe a little more vigorously, as if beckoning me. One of the worm-like tendrils stretched out slightly, then retracted, almost brushing the edge of the plate. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. This was not a joke. This was not some avant-garde culinary experiment. This was something else. Something utterly, fundamentally wrong. I can't. I stammered, shaking my head, my eyes wide with terror. Mark, I can't. It is moving. It is alive. His smile did not falter, but there was a subtle shift in his eyes. The warmth seemed to drain from them, replaced by that unsettling intensity, that predatory gleam. Of course it is alive. Sarah, he said, his voice still calm, but with an edge of something colder. That is the point. It is the freshest possible state. The life force is still within it. That is where the true nourishment lies. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a low, almost hypnotic whisper. It is a gift. Sarah, a unique opportunity to truly connect with the essence of life itself, to feel its pulse within you. I pushed my chair back a fraction, a silent, desperate urge to flee surging through me. No, Mark, I am sorry. I really can't. I think I am feeling a little sick. His smile tightened. Sick, but you have not even tasted it. How can you be sick from something so pure, so vibrant? He picked up his knife again, gesturing toward my plate. Just a small piece. Sarah, for me, to experience this with me. The way, he said for me, sent another wave of terror through me. It was not about my experience, it was about his. It was about something he wanted from me. I really need to use the restroom. I blurted out, pushing my chair back further, scraping it against the concrete floor. The sound seemed deafening in the hushed restaurant. Mark's hand shot out, quick as a viper, and closed around my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong, almost painful. His touch was cold. Nonsense, he said, his voice now devoid of any pretense of charm. It was flat, chillingly authoritative. You will finish your meal first. It would be a waste. And it would be rude. His eyes were completely black now, reflecting the dim light like obsidian shards. The pupils seemed to expand, swallowing the irises, leaving only an inky void. They were the same eyes I had heard about in the previous story, the eyes of Chloe. A cold, dread certainty settled upon me. This was not just a bad date. This was something monstrous. Panic, raw and visceral, erupted within me. I yanked my arm, but his grip was like iron. My heart hammered against my ribs, threatening to burst. My gaze darted around the restaurant. Other patrons were scattered at various tables, shrouded in the dim light, their faces mostly obscured. But I could see enough. They were all eating similar dishes, dark, glistening, moving things. And their eyes, when they occasionally glanced up, held that same unsettling stillness, that black, empty depth. They were not just patrons, they were them. My gaze fell on the waiter, who was now standing a few feet away, watching us with that same unnerving lack of expression. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips. He was part of it. They all were. "Let go of me," I hissed, my voice trembling but laced with a desperate fury. I twisted my wrist, trying to break free. Mark's face was unreadable, but his grip only tightened. "Do not be difficult. Sarah, it is for your own good. You will understand once you have tasted it, once you have accepted it." The tendrils on my plate seemed to writhe more aggressively now, as if sensing my fear, eager for me to join their feast. The metallic, sweet smell intensified, making me gag. I knew with absolute certainty that if I took even a single bite of that thing, I would be lost. Irrevocably, adrenaline surged through me. My mind raced, desperate for an escape. I looked down at Mark's hand, still clamped around my wrist. My other hand, shaking violently, reached for the water glass on the table. It was heavy, made of thick crystal. Without thinking, I brought it down hard on the back of his hand. He gasped a sharp, surprise sound. His grip loosened, just for a fraction of a second. It was all I needed. I yanked my arm free, scrambled out of my chair, sending it crashing backwards to the floor with a deafening clatter. The sound echoed to the unnaturally quiet restaurant. Every head, every pair of black, empty eyes turned towards me. "Stop her." Mark's voice boomed, no longer calm, no longer charming. It was raw, guttural, filled with a terrifying rage. I did not look back. I just ran, blindly, frantically, toward the heavy oak door I would enter through. My heels clicked loudly on the concrete floor, a frantic rhythm against the sudden, eerie silence that had fallen over the dining room. I could hear movement behind me, the scrape of chairs, the soft thud of footsteps. They were coming. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. My lungs burned. I pushed past a few small, round tables, knocking over a vase of strange, dark flowers that scattered across the floor. I did not care. I just needed to get out. The front door seemed impossibly far away. I could feel their eyes on my back, a palpable weight, a chilling presence. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder. Mark was on his feet, his face contorted with fury, his black eyes blazing. Behind him, two of the waiters, their faces now devoid of any human semblance, their movements unnaturally swift and fluid, were already closing in. Their hands were long, their fingers tipped with something that glinted faintly in the dim light. I did not wait to see what it was. I lunged to the door, my hands slamming against the heavy oak. It was heavier than I remembered, or perhaps my fear-weakened muscles were betraying me. I fumbled for the handle, my fingers slipping on the cold metal. A hand, cold and strong, grabbed my shoulder. I screamed a raw, terrified sound. I twisted, elbowing backward, connecting with something soft but firm. A grunt of pain. It bought me a precious second. I found the handle, twisted it with all my might, and threw my weight against the door. It groaned open, revealing the blessed, if still dim, light of the street outside. I burst out into the cool night air, gasping, gulping in lungfuls of oxygen. I did not look back. I just ran down the narrow street, my heels pounding against the asphalt, my purse swinging wildly against my side. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from the maw, away from Mark, away from the pulsing, living food and the black, empty eyes. I could hear faint shouts behind me, but they seemed to fade quickly. Maybe the heavy door had closed, muffling them. Or maybe they were not interested in chasing me far, content to let me go, knowing I would carry the horror with me. I did not stop running until my legs burned and my lungs ached. I finally collapsed against a graffiti-covered wall in a brightly lit main street, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. My body was shaking uncontrollably, a violent tremor that would not stop. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling, and called 911. My voice was hoarse, choked with sobs, as I tried to explain what had happened. A restaurant, a date, food that was alive, people with black eyes. It sounded insane, even to my own ears. The dispatcher was patient, but her tone became increasingly skeptical. They sent an officer anyway. When the police arrived, I was still shaking. I tried to recount the story, the horror of it all, but it sounded even more unbelievable when spoken aloud in the harsh, practical light of a police cruiser. The officer listened politely, his expression unreadable, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. "Can you show me the restaurant, madam?" he asked, his voice calm, professional. I nodded, still trembling, and led him back to the narrow street. But it was not there. The old warehouse building was still there, yes, but the heavy oak door with the brass plaque that read the mall was gone, replaced by a rusted, corrugated metal garage door, spray painted with faded tags. The windows were boarded up. There was no sign of a restaurant, no sign of life. Just a derelict, abandoned building. My heart plummeted. No, I whispered, staring at the desolate facade. No, it was right here. The door of the plaque. The officer walked around the building, shining his flashlight into dark corners, checking the boarded windows. He came back, shaking his head. "Madam, this building looks like it has been vacant for years. There is no restaurant here. No signs of recent activity at all." I felt a fresh wave of despair, cold and crushing. He thought I was crazy. He thought I would imagine it all. I went home that night a changed woman. The police filed a report, but it was clear they did not believe me. They suggested I might have been under stress, or perhaps had a bad reaction to something I would eaten. The irony of that last suggestion was almost unbearable. For weeks, I could not sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that pulsating dark mass, the writhing tendrils, Mark's black, empty eyes. The metallic, sweet smell lingered in my nostrils, a phantom odor that turned my stomach. I could not eat red meat. I could not even look at anything that reminded me of that grotesque dish. I spent hours online, searching. The mall restaurant, obscure restaurants' live food, cults eating raw meat. Nothing, not a single trace of a place called the mall in my city or anywhere else. It was as if it had never existed. But it did. I know it did. The cold grip on my wrist, the sound of my chair crashing, the desperate sprint down that dark street, those were real. The fear was real. Now, I live in a constant state of low-level dread. I check every new restaurant I hear about, cross-referencing addresses, looking for any hint of something unusual or hidden. I avoid dating apps like the plague. I rarely go out after dark, and if I do, I stick to brightly lit, familiar areas. I am always looking over my shoulder, always scanning faces in a crowd, terrified I will see that particular glint in someone's eyes, that knowing smile. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet and the shadows stretch long, I think about Mark and those other patrons, their black, hungry eyes. I wonder what would have happened if I had not fought back, if I had taken that bite. Would I have become like them? Would my eyes have turned black? Would I have joined their gruesome feast? I do not know, and I do not ever want to find out. I have learned that some horrors do not need a hidden road or a twisted forest. Sometimes, all it takes is a wrong turn into a restaurant that should not exist, a reservation for a meal you can never unsee, and a date with eyes as black as the abyss. Some horrors just need a dish that still moves, served fresh from the dark places of the world, waiting for you to take a bite. And I know with absolute certainty that they're still out there waiting for the next person to simply say, "Yes, I will try something new." You know, I always thought I was pretty good at reading people. Call it intuition, a woman's touch, whatever you want. After years of navigating the wild west of online dating, I would develop a pretty decent radar for the weirdos, the creeps, the guys who just were not quite right. I would seen it all, or so I thought. Ghosting, catfishing, unsolicited, well, you get the picture. But then Mark came along, and for the first time in a long time, my radar was completely, utterly silent. He was exactly what I would have been looking for. We matched on Tinder, and his profile was just normal enough to be appealing. No shirtless mirror selfies, no vague quotes about living life to the fullest. Just a genuine smile and a bio that actually told me something about him. He was an architect, loved hiking, and had a soft spot for old movies. Our initial messages were effortless, flowing from one topic to the next with a natural ease I had not experienced in ages. We talked about everything: our favorite books, the absurdity of modern art, even our mutual disdain for cilantro. It felt real. Our first date was at this cozy little gastropub downtown, dimly lit, and just noisy enough that you could talk without feeling like everyone was listening. He was even better in person. Taller than I expected, with kind eyes that crinkled at the corners when he laughed, and a laugh that was deep and genuine. He listened intently when I spoke, asked thoughtful questions, and never once checked his phone. It was refreshing, honestly. After 2 hours, it felt like we would known each other for years, not just a few days of texting. He walked me to my car, and the goodnight kiss was sweet, lingering, and left me with that giddy, butterflies in your stomach feeling I had not felt since high school. I actually went home and told my roommate, Sarah, that I thought I would found the one. She rolled her eyes, but I could tell she was happy for me. We went on a second date a few days later, a walk through a botanical garden, followed by dinner at a quiet Italian place. Again, perfect. He was charming, intelligent, and made me feel completely at ease. The conversation flowed, the jokes landed, and by the end of the evening, I felt like I was floating. He suggested we go back to his place for a nightcap, maybe watch an old movie. My usual caution bells would have been clanging, but with Mark, they were silent. I felt safe. I felt excited. It felt right. His house was in quiet, tree-lined neighborhood, a little further out than I expected, but was a charming craftsman-style home, well-maintained and inviting. The porch light cast a warm glow as we walked up the steps, and for a moment, I just felt a wave of contentment wash over me. This was it. I thought this was how it starts. Inside, the house was tastefully decorated, a mix of modern and antique pieces, with a definite minimalist vibe. Everything was tidy, almost meticulously so, but not in a sterile way. There were shelves lined with books, a few framed photos of what looked like landscapes he had hiked, and an impressive collection of vinyl records. "Make yourself at home," he said, gesturing to the plush sofa in the living room. "What can I get you?" "Wine. Whiskey. I have got a pretty decent selection." I opted for a glass of red wine. He went to the kitchen, and I took a moment to just soak in the atmosphere. The house smelled faintly of cedar and something warm, like coffee or spices. It was a nice smell, comforting. As I stood there, my gaze drifted to a small, antique side table next to the fireplace. On it sat a silver-framed photograph. It was a candid shot, a woman laughing, head thrown back, hair caught in the wind. She was wearing a bright blue scarf and holding a coffee cup. My breath hitched. It was me. My heart gave a little lurch, a strange mix of surprise and a tiny flicker of unease. It was undeniably me, taken some months ago. I remembered that exact scarf. I would have been at my favorite coffee shop, the one downtown, catching up with my friend Jessica. I remembered the exact day, the exact coffee. I had not posted that photo anywhere. It was a moment only Jessica and I shared. Mark returned, 2 glasses of wine in hand. He smiled, handing me mine. "Everything okay?" he asked, his eyes warm. I tried to keep my voice casual, a little too casual. "Oh, yeah, just admiring your decor." "Is this me?" I pointed to the photo, forcing a small smile. He followed my gaze, and his smile did not waver. "Oh, that..." He chuckled softly, a sound that suddenly felt a little too smooth. "Yeah, that is you. I saw you a while back. Actually, you were at the Coffee Bean Dream on Elm Street, right?" My stomach tightened. Yeah, that is my usual spot." "I thought so," he said, taking a sip of his wine. "I was actually meeting a client nearby, and I saw you through the window. You just looked so vibrant. I actually snapped a quick photo. I know it sounded a little forward, but I just thought you looked so happy, and I want to capture it. I hoped I would run into you again." He shrugged, a charming, self-deprecating gesture. "It is a beautiful shot, do not you think?" My mind raced. It was a beautiful shot, artistically framed, perfectly focused. But the explanation, it was just a little too convenient, a little too smooth. Saw me through the window. Snapped a quick photo. Most people would think that was creepy, not charming. But he said it with such an open, honest expression, his eyes meeting mine without a hint of shame, that I found myself pushing down the rising tide of discomfort. Maybe he was just an artist type, appreciating beauty. And he had said he hoped to run into me again. Maybe this was just a weird, serendipitous meet cute he was trying to explain away. I mean, he found me on Tinder after that, so it was not like he was actively stalking me before we matched. Right? It is really good. I managed to say, my voice feeling a little thin. A little surprising, but thank you. I tried to smile, but it felt stiff. "I told you I was taken by you from the start," he said, his eyes twinkling. He reached out and gently touched my arm, his fingers warm. "Come on, let us sit. Tell me about your week." I sat on the sofa, trying to shake off the weirdness. He was so engaging, so attentive, that I almost convinced myself it was nothing. Just a quirky, slightly unconventional way of showing admiration. We talked for another hour, the wine slowly relaxing my nerves, but that image of my laughing face, framed on a side table, kept flickering at the edge of my vision. At one point, he excused himself to go to the bathroom. "I will be right back," he said, giving me another warm smile. As soon as the bathroom door clicked shut, the carefully constructed facade of my calm shattered. My heart started pounding, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. I could not shake it. The photo, the explanation, it fell off. My eyes darted around the living room, a sudden, inexplicable urge to look at everything, to scrutinize every detail. My gaze fell on a closed door at the far end of the living room, one I had not noticed before. It was not the kind of door you would expect in a living room. It looked more like it led to a study or utility room. It was slightly ajar, just a sliver of darkness showing. Curiosity, mixed with a growing sense of dread, pulled me towards it. My feet moved almost on their own, silent on the plush carpet. I reached the door and gently pushed it open. The room beyond was dark, illuminated only by the faint glow spilling in from the living room. It was not a utility room. It was something else. My hand fumbled for a light switch along the wall, and when my fingers found it, I flicked it on. The fluorescent lights hummed to life, casting a stark, unforgiving glare on the room. It was small, no bigger than a walk-in closet, but what was inside made the air leave my lungs in a cold rush. Every surface of that room was covered in photographs. Not landscape photos, not abstract art, not even photos of him. They were all of me. My breath hitched, a strangled sound caught in my throat. My eyes widened, darting from one image to the next, a kaleidoscope of my own life, meticulously documented. There were hundreds, maybe thousands, of them. They were tacked to walls, neatly arranged in rows, almost like a perverse gallery. Some were printed on glossy paper, others on matte. Some were blown up to poster size. Others were small, wallet-sized squares. I stumbled backward, bumping into the doorframe, a gasp escaping my lips. My hand flew to my mouth, trying to stifle the scream that was clawing its way up my throat. There I was, walking my dog. Buster in the park, the sun glinting off my hair. A picture of me in my yoga clothes, carrying my mat, heading into the studio. Me, laughing with Sarah on a park bench, a half-eaten ice cream cone in my hand. Me, waiting for the bus, lost in thought, looking down at my phone. Me, grocery shopping, pushing a cart, a focused expression on my face as I looked at a cereal box. Me, sitting alone at a cafe, reading a book, a steaming mug in front of me. Me, watering the plants on my small apartment balcony. Me, through my living room window, sipping tea, silhouetted against the evening light. The sheer volume was horrifying, but it was the details that truly sent a shiver of ice through my veins. Some of the photos were clearly taken from a distance, zoomed in, a little grainy but unmistakably me. Others were closer, taken from angles that suggested he would have been hiding, lurking just out of sight. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it vibrating through my entire body. My vision blurred at the edges, my breath coming in ragged gasps. This was not just a charming appreciation. This was an obsession. This was stalking. This was a violation of every boundary I did not even know I had. My eyes landed on one particular photo, a large print framed in a simple black border, hanging directly opposite the door. It was a close-up of my face, smiling, looking directly into the camera. My smile was genuine, my eyes bright. It was a photo I had taken myself, a selfie, one I had used as my profile picture on Tinder. But this was not a screenshot from Tinder. This was a high-resolution print, crisp and clear, as if he had access to the original file. And then I saw it, tucked into the corner of the frame, a small handwritten note, almost invisible against the dark background. It read my Chloe. Soon, Chloe, my name, the possessive my, and soon. My blood ran cold. My body went numb, then erupted in a frantic tremor. He had been watching me, not just for a while back, but for months, maybe even years. He knew my routines, my habits, the places I frequented. He had collected my life, piece by agonizing piece, without my knowledge, without my consent. And now, he had me right here, in his house, surrounded by his twisted shrine. A floorboard creaked somewhere in the living room. My head snapped up, my eyes wide with terror. He was coming back. Panic seized me, a cold, suffocating wave. I could not let him know I would seen this. I could not let him know I knew. My mind screamed, "Get out! Get out now!" I took a shaky breath, trying to calm the frantic thrumming, in my ears. My hands were trembling so violently I had to grip them together. I quickly, silently, turned off the light in the photo room, plunging it back into darkness, then slowly, carefully pulled the door shut, leaving it ajar just as I would found it. My movements felt clumsy, agonizingly slow, like I was moving through thick mud. I stumbled back toward the sofa, my legs feeling like jelly. I forced myself to sit down, trying to appear casual, like I had not just discovered a terrifying secret. My heart was still hammering, threatening to burst out of my chest. My palms were slick with sweat, and my mouth was bone dry. I heard his footsteps approaching, then saw his shadow lengthen in the hallway. He appeared in the living room doorway, a warm, easy smile on his face. "Sorry about that," he said, walking towards me. "Everything all right? You look a little pale." My mind raced, desperately searching for an excuse. "Oh, no, everything's fine." I stammered, trying to inject some lightness into my voice, but it came out strained and high-pitched. Just, the wine. It is really good, but it went in my head faster than I expected. "I think I need a glass of water." He raised an eyebrow, a hint of concern in his eyes. Or was it something else? Something calculating. My paranoia was on. Overdrive. "Sure, I can get you some water. Or maybe we should call it a night. You look a little tired." "Yes." The word burst out of me too eagerly. "Yes, actually that is a great idea. I really should get going. Early start tomorrow." I stood up, trying to appear composed, but my knees were shaking so badly I thought I might collapse. His smile dimmed slightly, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. "Oh, already. I thought we were having such a good time." His voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it sent a fresh wave of terror through me. We really were," I said, trying to sound genuinely apologetic. "But I am really not feeling well. My head is spinning a bit." I clutched my forehead dramatically, hoping it looked convincing. Definitely too much wine on an empty stomach. He watched me for a moment, his gaze intense, assessing. I felt like a deer caught in headlights, every fiber of my being screaming to run, but knowing I had to play this carefully. "Well," he said, slowly, "I suppose I can't argue with that. Let me walk you out." Every step toward the front door felt like an eternity. My entire body was rigid with tension. I could feel his presence behind me, close, too close. I imagined him reaching out, grabbing me, pulling me back into the house, into that room of horrors. My mind conjured images of those photos, my face staring out from every wall, a silent testament to his sick obsession. He opened the front door, and the cool night air hit my face like a blessing. I practically lunged out onto the porch. "Thank you so much, Mark," I said, forcing a smile that felt more like a grimace. "I had a really lovely evening, despite my head." He stepped out onto the porch with me, his hand resting lightly on my lower back. The touch made my skin crawl. "I am glad you did. Chloe," he said, his voice dropping to a low, intimate tone. "I certainly did. And do not worry about the photos. I will take them down. I just wanted you to see how much I admire you." My blood froze. He knew. He knew I had seen them. The casual way he said it, the almost tender tone, was far more terrifying than any threat. He was not apologetic. He was possessive. He was telling me that my discovery was part of his plan, part of his unveiling. My eyes met his, and in the dim porch light, I saw it. The warmth was gone, replaced by a cold, calculating intensity. His smile was still there, but it did not reach his eyes. It was a predator's smile. I have to go," I whispered, my voice barely audible. I did not wait for a response. I practically sprinted down the porch steps, fumbling for my car keys and my purse. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped them. "Drive safe. Chloe," he called out, his voice unervingly calm, almost a purr. I will see you soon. The words echoed in my ears as I jammed the key into the ignition, my heart hammering against my ribs. The engine roared to life, and I threw the car into reverse. Peeling out his driveway was a screech of tires. I did not even look in the rear view mirror. I just drove, faster than I should have, my vision blurred by unshed tears and pure, unadulterated terror. I did not stop until I reached my apartment. I burst through the door, slamming it shut and locking it with every lock available. Sarah, my roommate, was startled awake by the commotion. "Chloe, what happened? You look like you have seen a ghost." I collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face. "It is worse than a ghost." "Sarah," I choked out, my voice raw with terror. "It is so much worse." I spent the next hour recounting everything to Sarah, sobbing uncontrollably. She listened, her face growing paler with every detail, eventually holding me tight as I recounted the horror of that room. The next morning, after a sleepless night filled with nightmares of my own face staring back at me from darkened walls, I called the police. I told them everything: the Tinder date, the house, the photos, the chilling "I know you saw the moment." The officer who took my statement was kind, but his expression was weary, almost resigned. "Madam, I understand this is very upsetting," he said, his voice sympathetic but firm. "But based on what you have told me, he has not actually threatened you. Taking photos of someone in public is not illegal. Even having photos of you in his house, while definitely creepy, is not a crime in itself, unless he is using them for something illegal or if he is actively harassing you." He said, "Soon." I cried, exasperated. "And my Chloe, he has been stalking me for months. He knows where I live. We can send an officer to his residence to speak with him, perhaps issue a warning to cease contact," he offered. "But without a direct threat or evidence of physical harm, our hands are somewhat tied. It falls into a gray area of unwanted attention rather than criminal stalking, at least at this stage." A warning. That was it. A warning for a man who had created a shrine to my life, who had been watching me, documenting my every move, and who now knew that I knew. It felt like a slap in the face. They did send an officer. I never heard what came of it, but I knew deep down it would not be enough. Mark was too clever, too careful. He had not left a paper trail, had not sent threatening texts. He would just quietly, meticulously invaded my life. The following weeks were a blur of paranoia and fear. I changed my locks, installed a security camera, and bought pepper spray. I deleted all my social media, even my LinkedIn profile. I stopped going to my usual coffee shop, my usual yoga studio, my favorite park. I changed my routes to work, constantly looking over my shoulder, convinced I saw his car, his silhouette, in every shadow. Every unfamiliar face in a crowd sent a jolt of terror through me. Every unexpected noise made me jump. Sleep became a luxury, haunted by images of my own stolen moments, my own unsuspecting smiles, plastered across the walls of that dark room. Sarah tried to reassure me, but even she looked nervous. She started walking me to my car, waiting for me to get inside before heading back to the apartment. We stopped ordering food delivery, afraid of who might show up at the door. I eventually decided I could not live like that anymore. The apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt like a cage. I broke my lease, packed what I could, and moved across the country to a city where no one knew me, where I could hopefully start fresh. I did not even tell my closest friends my new address, just my new phone number. I changed my name slightly, just in case. It has been 6 months since I moved. I have built a new life here, a quiet one. I work from home. I do not go out much, and I certainly do not use dating apps anymore. I have tried to convince myself that he could not possibly find me here, that I am finally safe, but the fear never truly leaves. It is a cold, insidious presence that lingers at the edges of my perception, a constant whisper of dread in the back of my mind. Every time I catch my reflection in a store window or in the polished surface of my phone screen. I instinctively brace myself, half expecting to see a familiar, predatory smile lurking in the background, a silent testament that he is still out there. And then last week, it happened. I got a package in the mail. It was a small, unassuming box, no return address, just my new name and address printed neatly on the label. My heart started pounding even before I opened it. Inside, nestled amongst layers of tissue paper, was a single, silver-framed photograph. It was a candid shot of me, taken just yesterday. I was sitting on the bench in the small park near my new apartment, reading a book, a new blue scarf wrapped around my neck. My head was tilted slightly, a small, contented smile on my face. And tucked into the corner of the frame, a small, handwritten note, almost invisible against the dark background. It read, still beautiful, Chloe, soon. All right, so I have always considered myself a pretty level-headed person. You know, the kind who double-checks the stove, locks the door twice, and generally does not believe in ghosts or cryptids or anything that is not backed up by solid evidence. My biggest anxieties usually revolved around my job as a graphic designer, or whether I remembered to water my succulents. Normal stuff. But then, Tinder happened. I would have been on and off the app for a while. You hear stories, right? The good, the bad, and the downright bizarre. For me, it was mostly just boring. A lot of awkward small talk, a few decent dates that went nowhere, and a fair share of guys who clearly had not updated their profile pictures since high school. I was not looking for the one, or anything, just some company, maybe a fun night out, see where things went. Then I matched with Mark. His profile was, to put it mildly, impressive. Good-looking, great smile, piercing blue eyes that seemed to hold a hint of something deeper. His bio was witty, not overly aggressive or cheesy, and he had a picture with a dog that looked suspiciously like a golden retriever, which, let's be honest, is an automatic plus. He worked in finance, traveled a bit, and seemed to enjoy hiking and craft beer, basically the whole package. I swiped right without a second thought. We matched almost instantly. His first message was charming, a clever callback to something in my bio, which already put him a cut above the usual hey or sup. We chatted for a few days, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. He was funny, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. We talked about everything from our favorite obscure movies to our worst dating app experiences. It was refreshing, honestly. After a week of back and forth, we decided to meet up Friday night, a casual bar downtown that had good cocktails and was not too loud. I was actually looking forward to it. A couple of days before our date, I was doing my usual pre-date ritual, a light stalk of his profile, just to refresh my memory, see if I missed anything, maybe find a common interest to bring up. You know how it is. I scrolled through his photos again. There was the one with the dog, a selfie on a mountain, a professional-looking headshot, and then a photo I had not really paid much attention to before. It was a candid shot. Looked like it was taken by a friend at a beach or by a pool. Mark was laughing, his head thrown back, one arm casually draped over his stomach. He was shirtless, and the sun was glinting off his skin. And that is when I saw it. On his left bicep, clearly visible, was a tattoo. It was not a tribal design or some abstract art, or even a classic anchor or an eagle. It was a name. My breath hitched. I zoomed in, my finger trembling slightly on the screen. It was definitely a name. And it was definitely Sophia. My name. The world tilted a little. I sat there, staring at my phone, my mind scrambling. Sophia. Sophia. My name. Not a common name like Jessica or Emily, but not so unique that it was unheard of. Still, what were the chances? My first thought was, okay, calm down. Sophia, it is probably just a coincidence. Maybe it was his sister's name, or his mom's, or an ex-girlfriend he was still friends with, or maybe it was just a completely different Sophia. Lots of Sophias in the world, right? but the way it was tattooed, a clean, elegant script, made it feel personal, like it was meant to be there. I tried to rationalize it, to push away the creeping tendrils of unease. He could not have got my name tattooed. We had not even met. We would only been chatting for a week. That was utterly insane. No one does that. Not unless they're a complete psycho. And Mark, from our conversations, seemed anything but. He was charming, intelligent, normal. But the image of that tattoo, my name etched into his skin, burned itself into my mind. I could not unsee it. It felt like a violation. Somehow, like he already knew something deeply personal about me that I had not shared. It was like he would claim me before I even knew he existed. A part of me, the rational part, screamed to block him, delete the app, and never look back. But another part, a smaller, darker, more morbidly curious part, wanted to know. I had to know. Was it a joke? A bizarre coincidence? Or something far more sinister? The thought of confronting him over text felt impossible, too accusatory, too unhinged on my part. I decided, against my better judgment, that I would go on the date, but I would be careful, extremely careful. Friday evening rolled around, and I was a bundle of nerves. I went through my usual getting ready routine, but every movement felt heavy, imbued with a sense of impending dread. I picked out an outfit that was cute, but also allowed for quick movement, which, I know, sounds ridiculous, but my mind was already playing out worst-case scenarios. I texted my best friend, Sarah, telling her I was going on a date and where, just in case. I did not mention the tattoo. How could I? She would think I was insane. When I arrived at the bar, Mark was already there, sitting at a small table near the back, nursing a drink. He stood up as I approached, that same charming smile on his face. He was even better looking in person, if that was possible. Taller than I expected, with broad shoulders and a confident posture. He was wearing a dark blue long sleeve shirt. The sleeves rolled up just enough to expose his forearms, but not his bicep. My eyes immediately darted to his arm, searching. Nothing, just smooth skin. Sophia, he said, his voice a warm baritone. It is great to finally meet you. Mark. I replied, trying to sound as normal as possible. You too. We ordered drinks, and the conversation started up again, just as easily as it had online. He asked about my day, told me a funny anecdote about a client, and made me laugh within minutes. He was genuinely engaging, making eye contact, listening intently when I spoke. For a fleeting moment, I almost forgot about the tattoo. Almost, but it was always there, a phantom itch on my mind. Every time he gestured with his left arm, I found my gaze involuntarily flicking to his bicep, trying to catch a glimpse. He never fully exposed it. It was like he knew, or like he was consciously keeping it hidden, which, of course, only made my paranoia worse. I decided I had to bring it up subtly. I could not just blurt out, "Hey, why do you have my name tattooed on your arm?" That would be a guaranteed way to end the date and probably send him running, or worse, make him defensive. So I began, trying to sound casual, as I took a sip of my cocktail. I was just wondering, do you have any tattoos? He paused, a slight smile playing on his lips. A few, he said, his eyes twinkling. Why? Thinking of getting one yourself. Maybe. I lied. I have always thought about it. My friend Sarah just got this really cool floral design on her shoulder. It made me think about it again. I waited, hoping he would elaborate, maybe offer to show me his. Yeah, they can be pretty cool, he said, taking a drink. I have got a couple of older ones, nothing too exciting. Mostly just impulse decisions from my younger, wilder days. He chuckled, a deep, pleasant sound. But he did not offer to show them. He did not even mention where they were or what they were. Just a vague dismissal. My heart sank a little. He was deflecting. He was avoiding the topic. And that, to me, was a huge red flag. If it was just an ex's name or his sister's, why not just say so? Why be so evasive? The casual charm he exuded suddenly felt like a carefully constructed facade. The rest of the date felt like an interrogation, at least on my end. I tried to pry, to find any crack in his perfect exterior. I asked about his past relationships, trying to gauge his reaction to exes. He was always polite, always vague, always smiling. It was like talking to a wall, a very attractive, very polite wall. He walked me to my car, and again, he was perfectly gentlemanly. He opened my door, made sure I got in safely, and then leaned down to the window. I had a really great time tonight. Sophia, he said, his blue eyes intense. I would love to do it again. My mind screamed no, absolutely not. But my mouth, betraying me, said, yeah, I had a good time too. Mark, I would like that. I needed more time. I needed to figure this out. I could not just cut him off without answers. The curiosity was eating me alive, mixed with a growing, icy fear. I drove home in a daze, the image of that tattoo and Mark's evasive answers looping in my head. Sleep was impossible. I tossed and turned, replaying every moment of the date, analyzing every word he said, every glance he made. Was I overreacting? Was I being paranoid? Or was my gut feeling, that primal instinctive dread, actually trying to warn me? The next morning, fueled by coffee and a potent blend of fear and obsession, I started digging. And I mean really digging. I was not just scrolling through his public Tinder profile anymore. I went full on digital detective. I used his full name from our chat, which I would manage to subtly get him to reveal, reverse image search his profile pictures, and scoured every corner of the internet. LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, old MySpace profiles you never know, obscure forums, news articles, anything I could find. It was a tedious, frustrating process. Mark was either incredibly good at scrubbing his online presence, or he just did not have much of one beyond professional and curated. Most of what I found was exactly what his Tinder profile suggested: a successful finance guy, well-traveled, active, nothing overtly sinister. Until I found it. It was not on a major platform or even a current one. It was an old Flickr account, seemingly abandoned for years, linked to an email address that matched a fragment of information I would found in a cache forum post. The photos were mostly from years ago, showing him at parties, on vacations, a younger, slightly less polished version of Mark. And among them, buried deep in an album marked Summer 16, was another shirtless photo. This one was taken from a different angle, a wider shot, and it did not just show his left bicep. It showed his entire left arm and part of his chest. My blood ran cold. The single Sophia tattoo I would seen on Tinder was not the only one. His entire arm, from shoulder to wrist, was a canvas of names. And not just names, but dates. Some in different fonts, some stacked vertically, some spiraling around his bicep. It was a terrifying, grotesque mosaic. And there, right at the top, just above my name, was another name, Chloe. And beneath mine, a faint, almost faded Jessica. And Emily. And Anna. And Sarah. Sarah, my best friend's name. A common name, yes, but seeing it there among this horrifying collection sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I started cross-referencing the names. It was painstaking work, hours blurring into a nightmarish haze. I searched for Chloe last name if I could find it missing. Jessica last name disappearance, adding Tinder or dating app to the search queries. The results were chilling. Chloe Davis went missing 3 years ago, last seen after a Tinder date. Unsolved. Jessica Miller disappeared 5 years ago, same circumstances. Her car was found abandoned at a park. Emily Carter found dead in her apartment, ruled a suicide, but with suspicious circumstances. had been dating someone new online, Anna Rodriguez. Her family reported her missing 2 years ago. No leads. The names were not all there, and not all of them had clear, direct links to disappearances or deaths. Some were too common, or I could not find enough information. But enough of them were. Enough to form a pattern. Enough to make my stomach clench with terror. And then, there was Sarah. I searched for Sarah, my friend's last name, and disappearance. Thankfully, nothing. My Sarah was safe. But the fact that his tattoo also had a Sarah on it, another common name, made me wonder if he targeted names, or if he just added names as he went, regardless of how unique they were. The tattoo was not a coincidence. It was not an ex-girlfriend. It was a list. A horrifying, chilling list. And my name was on it. Right there, at the top, almost like a fresh entry. Panic seized me, a cold, suffocating grip. I was on his list. I was the next one. The charming smile, the witty conversation, the piercing blue eyes. It was all a trap. A meticulously crafted trap. He was not looking for a date. He was looking for a victim. And he would mark me. I blocked him on Tinder, on my phone, everywhere I could think of, but it felt futile. He already had my number. He already knew where I lived. Probably, he knew my name. He had my name tattooed on his arm. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. Every shadow felt like a lurking figure. Every unfamiliar car on my street sent my heart racing. I kept the blinds drawn, double-locked my doors, and even started sleeping with a heavy kitchen knife under my pillow. I know it sounds insane, but I was terrified. I did not tell Sarah the full truth. I just told her that Mark was a creep, and I would block him, and that I was laying low for a bit. She was understanding, having had her own share of bad Tinder experiences. But I could not bring myself to tell her about the tattoo, about the list of names, about the missing women. She would not believe me. She would think I was having a breakdown. Then the messages started. They were not from his usual number. They were from anonymous numbers, burner phones, or sometimes just strange, garbled texts that seemed to come from nowhere. The first one was simple "missed you at the coffee shop today. Sophia, your usual almond latte looked lonely. My blood ran cold. I had not told him where I got my coffee. It was my favorite spot, a small place a few blocks from my apartment. But I had not mentioned it to him. I would gone there that morning, just like any other morning. He was watching me. Another message came a few hours. Later, your succulents are looking a little droopy. Do not forget to water them. This one sent a bolt of pure terror through me. My succulents. They were on my windowsill, visible from the street. He would been to my apartment. He would been watching my apartment. I called the police, my voice trembling as I tried to explain. They listened patiently, professionally, but without concrete evidence, without a direct threat, without him actually doing anything. There was not much they could do. He is just sending weird texts, madam. We can't really do anything about that. Maybe block the numbers. Change your routine. It was exactly what I expected, and it only made me feel more isolated, more vulnerable. I tried to change my routine. I started taking different routes to work, going to different coffee shops, even wearing a hat and sunglasses when I went out. But the messages continued, each one more personal, more invasive than the last. Liked your new haircut. It suits you. I would gotten a trim just yesterday. That new book you picked up looks interesting. Enjoying it. I would bought a novel from an independent bookstore after work. Saw you had a late night. Make sure you get enough sleep. I would been up late, staring at the ceiling, consumed by fear. He was everywhere. He was watching my apartment, following me, observing my life. The tattoo was not just a list of names. It was a promise. A terrifying, inescapable promise. One evening, as I was packing a small bag, intending to flee to my sister's house in another state, I heard a faint scratching at my front door. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. I stare at the peephole, not daring to look. The scratching stopped. A moment later, my phone buzzed. It was from an unknown number. Leaving so soon. Sophia, we have not even had our second date yet. And I was really looking forward to showing you my collection. My breath caught in my throat. He was there, right outside my door. He knew I was packing. He knew I was trying to leave. I did not move, did not breathe. I just stood there, paralyzed by fear, listening. After what felt like an eternity, I heard footsteps retreating, slow and deliberate, fading down the hallway. I did not wait. I grabbed my bag, my keys, and my phone, and I bolted. I did not even lock the door behind me. I ran down the stairs, out into the night, not looking back. I got into my car and drove. I drove for hours, until the city lights were a distant glow in my rearview mirror, until I was miles and miles away, on an empty highway, heading towards the only place I knew I might find safety. I am at my sister's now, hundreds of miles away. I have changed my number, deactivated all my social media. I have tried to erase myself from the internet, from his radar. I told my sister everything, the whole insane story, the tattoo, the list, the messages. She believes me, thank God. She is terrified for me and for herself, but I still feel it. That cold dread, that constant, gnawing fear that he is out there, somewhere, still searching, that he has already found me. I look over my shoulder constantly. Every new face, every unexpected sound, sends a jolt of panic through me. I see his piercing blue eyes in the faces of strangers, his charming smile in the shadows. I often wonder about the other names on his arm, the ones I could not find, the ones whose stories were lost to the digital ether. Were they safe? Or were they just gone? My name is Sophia, and I am still alive, but I am not the same person I was before. The grounded, level-headed woman is gone, replaced by someone who lives in constant fear, always looking over her shoulder, always wondering if her name is still etched on his skin, a permanent, horrifying reminder of a nightmare that started with a simple right swipe on a dating app. I know he is out there, and I know, deep down, that he has not forgotten me. I just hope he never finds me again. But I am telling you, I am not sure I will ever truly be free. The tattoo, that horrifying list, is forever burned into my mind. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I can feel its phantom etch on my own skin. Alright, so I have always been one of those people who scoffed at online dating. I mean, the whole concept just felt sterile, you know? Swiping through faces like a digital catalog, trying to find some kind of spark through a tiny screen. But after a particularly brutal breakup that left me feeling more like a deflated balloon than a human being, my best friend, Chloe, finally convinced me to give Tinder a shot. Sarah, she would said in her most exasperated tone, you can't just sit in your apartment watching true crime documentaries forever. You need to get out there, even if out there is just your phone screen. So begrudgingly, I downloaded the app. I put up a couple of decent photos when we hiking. One where I was actually smiling and not looking like I was just seeing a ghost, and wrote a short, utterly uninspired bio. Lover of coffee, books, and not being murdered on first dates. Real witty stuff. I spent the next few days idly swiping, mostly left, occasionally right on someone who looked vaguely normal. It was exactly as tedious as I would imagined. A parade of gym selfies, fish pictures, and bios that read like bad poetry. Then, one Tuesday night, I was curled up on my couch, half watching some terrible reality TV show, when I stumbled upon a profile that made my blood run cold. It was a picture of a guy, maybe late 20s, with kind eyes and a slightly messy mop of dark hair. He was leaning against a brick wall, a faint, almost shy smile playing on his lips. He was wearing a faded blue hoodie, a little too big for him, the drawstring hanging loose. And that is when it hit me. Not a jolt, not a sudden shock, but a slow, creeping dread that tightened its icy grip around my chest. He looked exactly like Milo. Now, for context, Milo was not just anyone. Milo was my imaginary friend when I was a kid, from the age of about 5 until I hit double digits. Milo was my constant companion. He was taller than me, thin, with that same messy dark hair and those unervingly bright eyes. He always wore a blue hoodie, just like the one in the picture. He had this quiet, knowing smile, and I swear, I could almost feel his presence beside me even when no one else could see him. He was my confidant, my playmate, the keeper of all my childhood secrets. He would sit with me in my treehouse, tell me stories, and sometimes he would even warn me about things like when my mom was about to catch me sneaking cookies, or when my older brother was planning a prank. My parents, bless their hearts, just thought I had a vivid imagination. They would even set an extra plate for him at dinner sometimes, just to humor me. But to me, Milo was as real as the air I breathed. He faded away around the time I turned 11. Puberty hit, new friends came along, and the magic of childhood started to dissipate. Milo became a hazy, nostalgic memory, a sweet, slightly embarrassing secret from my past. I had not thought about him in years. Not really. And now here he was, on Tinder. My thumb hovered over the screen, trembling slightly. This could not be real. It had to be some kind of cosmic joke, a weird coincidence. Maybe it was just a common face, a familiar style. But the details, the hoodie, the smile, the bright, intense eyes, even a faint, almost imperceptible scar above his left eyebrow, just like I remembered Milo having. A detail so specific, so minute, that it felt impossible to be a coincidence. His name was Milo. His bio was short, just a few words, always looking for a good conversation and good company. Lover of quiet moments and hidden places. Hidden places. My stomach lurched. Milo and I had our secret hiding spot in the woods behind my childhood home, a small clearing hidden by a thicket of blackberry bushes. We would spend countless hours there, whispering secrets and making up elaborate games. My rational brain screamed at me to swipe left, to run, not walk, away from this uncanny doppelganger, my childhood fantasy. But another part of me, a deep, primal curiosity, was pulling me in. It was like looking at a car crash, horrifying, but you just can't tear your eyes away. I needed to know. I needed to understand. With a deep breath that did nothing to calm my racing heart, I swiped right. It is a match. The words flashed across my screen, accompanied by a little celebratory jingle that felt utterly grotesque given the circumstances. I stared at it, frozen. What had I done? Almost immediately, a message popped up. Milo, hey Sarah, nice to meet you. You have a really warm smile. My hand was shaking so badly, I almost dropped my phone. He messaged me. It felt less like a greeting and more like a confirmation. A confirmation that this was not just a random profile, but something else. I typed back, trying to sound casual, trying to ignore the frantic alarm bells going off in my head. Me, hey Milo. Thanks, you too. Your bio caught my eye. His reply came quickly. Milo, oh yeah. What about it? I hesitated. Should I ask about the hidden places? No, that was too much, too soon. I needed to tread carefully. Me just that I appreciate quiet moments too. The world's loud enough as it is. Milo agreed. Sometimes you just need to escape, right? Find a little sanctuary. Sanctuary. That is what our hidden spot had been for me. My sanctuary. We exchanged a few more messages over the next couple of days. He seemed normal, charming, even. He asked about my interests, told me about his job, something vaguely tech-related, he said, and made me laugh a few times. But every message, every word, was laced with an undercurrent of unease for me. It was like talking to a ghost. A ghost that somehow knew all my favorite things, that understood my obscure references, that laughed at the exact same jokes my imaginary Milo would have found funny. One evening, he asked if I would like to grab coffee. There's this little place downtown, he wrote. It has got the best espresso, and it is usually pretty quiet. A real hidden gem. Hidden gem. Another one. My stomach did a nervous flip. This was it. The moment of truth. I could still back out. I could ghost him, block him, pretend this whole bizarre interaction never happened. But the curiosity was a relentless beast gnawing at me. I had to see him in person. I had to know if the resemblance was as striking in real life, if his voice sounded like the one I would conjure in my head, if his presence felt the same. Me sounds good. What time? We set a date for Saturday afternoon. The intervening days were a blur of anxiety. I told Chloe about it, leaving out the imaginary friend part. I just told her I would match with a guy who had an uncanny resemblance to someone I knew years ago, and it was freaking me out. She just laughed and said, "Well, maybe it is a good thing. You already know you like his face." She did not understand the depth of my apprehension. How could she? Saturday arrived, bright and unseasonably warm. I spent an hour trying on different outfits, feeling ridiculous. I was not dressing for a date, I was dressing for an exorcism. I finally settled on a simple black dress and a denim jacket. Try and project an air of casual confidence I definitely did not feel. The coffee shop was exactly as he described: small, cozy, with exposed brick walls and the warm aroma of roasted beans. I got there a few minutes early, needing to collect myself. I ordered a chai latte, my hands shaking as I held the warm mug. I found a small table by the window and tried to look nonchalant, my eyes glued to the door. Then it opened and he walked in. My breath hitched. It was not just a resemblance. It was him. The exact same height, the same build, the same messy dark hair falling over his forehead, those bright, knowing eyes. And yes, the faded blue hoodie, slightly too big, just like the one in the picture. He even had that small, almost invisible scar above his left eyebrow. It was as if my childhood memories had materialized, walked out of my brain, and ordered a latte. He spotted me, and that quiet, familiar smile spread across his face. It was a smile of someone who knew a secret, a smile that had always comforted me as a child, but now sent a shiver of pure terror down my spine. He walked towards me, his gait easy and familiar. "Sarah." "Hey," he said, his voice a low, pleasant rumble. It was not exactly the voice I would imagine from Milo. My childhood Milo had communicated more through feelings and whispers in my mind, but it was close enough to send another wave of nausea through me. "Milo." I managed, my voice a little too high. He pulled out the chair opposite me and sat down, his eyes never leaving mine. They were so intense, so familiar, yet so utterly alien in this adult, real-world context. "You look even better in person," he said, and for a second, I almost forgot the weirdness. He was genuinely handsome, charming. Any other woman would be flattered, maybe even a little smitten. But I just felt like I was staring at a ghost. We talked for a while. He ordered a black coffee, no sugar, just like my childhood Milo would have preferred, if he would ever consumed anything. We talked about books, and I mentioned my favorite childhood author, a somewhat obscure writer of whimsical fantasy novels. Milo's smile widened. "Ah, yes," he said, a note of genuine warmth in his voice. "The one who wrote about the boy who found a doorway in his closet to a world made entirely of forgotten toys. I love that one. My blood ran cold. That was not just an obscure author. That was an obscure book by that author. A book I would devour as a child. A book Milo and I had talked about for hours, imagining what kind of toy we would be if we lived in that world. I would never mention that specific book to anyone, let alone on my Tinder profile. How did you know that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. My chai latte suddenly tasted like ash. He tilted his head, those bright eyes sparkling. "Oh, I just picked up on it. I guess. You mentioned the author, and that is the one that always comes to mind for me when I think of him." His answer was smooth, too smooth, evasive. I tried to shake off the growing dread. Maybe he was just a really good guesser. Maybe he would done some deep dive into my social media, though I was pretty private. But the feeling of being known by him in a way that felt impossibly intimate was overwhelming. We talked about our childhoods. I told him about growing up in my small suburban town, about my treehouse, about my brother. He listened intently, nodding. Then he said, "You know, I always loved that old oak tree in your backyard, the one with the swing. We spent a lot of time under that tree, did not we?" My heart hammered against my ribs. I would never mention the tree swing. Never. It had been a private, special place for me and Milo. We would sit on it, legs dangling, and he would tell me stories about the clouds, about the secret lives of squirrels. "What are you talking about?" I asked, my voice sharp, betraying my fear. "I never told you about the tree swing." He chuckled, a soft, low sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Did not you? My mistake. Just felt like a strong memory. I suppose. Funny how the mind works. Is not it? It was not funny. It was terrifying. I felt a cold knot of fear tighten in my stomach. This was not a coincidence. This was not a charming guy who just happened to look like my imaginary friend. This was him. Or something that was him. I ended the date shortly after that, making some excuse about having to meet Chloe. He walked me to my car, his hand brushing mine once, and the touch felt strangely electric. Not in a romantic way, but like a static shock, a jolt of something ancient and powerful. I had a really wonderful time. "Sarah," he said, his eyes holding mine, "I hope we can do this again. Soon." "Yeah, sure," I mumbled, fumbling with my car keys. I practically dove into my car, locking the doors immediately. I did not even wait for him to leave before speeding out of the parking lot. The drive home was a blur. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Was I going crazy? Had the stress of my breakup finally pushed me over the edge? Was I hallucinating? But he was real. I would touch his hand, heard his voice. He was undeniably, terrifyingly real. That night, I could not sleep. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to lengthen, to twist into familiar shapes. I kept seeing his face, his smile, those impossibly bright eyes. I remembered all the little things about my childhood, Milo, how he would always appear out of nowhere, how he would never really eat or drink anything, how he seemed to know things he should not. And now, this adult Milo, doing the exact same things. The next morning, I decided I needed to confront this head on. I pulled out my old childhood journals, tucked away in a box in my closet. I had not looked at them in years. My hand trembled as I opened the first one, a faded, floral-covered notebook from when I was 7. And there he was, drawings of Milo, crude but unmistakable. The messy dark hair, the blue hoodie, the slight smile. And under one drawing, in my childish scrawl, Milo says the scar above his eye is from fighting a dragon. My blood ran cold. I had not even remembered the scar, not consciously, until I saw it on Tinder Milo. I flipped through more pages. Entries detailing our adventures, our secret games, his uncanny predictions. Milo told me Mom was going to find my cookie stash under my bed. He was right. Milo said the new girl in class. Jessica would be my best friend. She was not, but he said she would eventually move away to a farm, and she did. Jessica had moved to a rural area with her family 2 years later. Milo hates the smell of lavender. He says it makes his head hurt. I remembered it now. My mom used to have a lavender sachet in my bedroom. Milo always complained about it. I needed to test him. I needed to see if he truly remembered these impossibly specific details. I messaged him. "Me hey Milo. Random question. But do you like the smell of lavender?" His response came almost instantly. "Milo, definitely not. Makes my head ache." Why? I dropped my phone. It clattered to the floor, but I barely registered it. This was beyond coincidence. This was beyond a shared memory. This was impossible. I did not reply. I could not. My mind was reeling. He was not just like my imaginary friend. He was him. But how? How could an imaginary friend become a real, breathing person, sitting across from me in a coffee shop, messaging me on Tinder? I called Chloe, but I could not bring myself to tell her the full, insane truth. I just said the guy was too weird, too much, and that I was gonna ghost him. She sighed. Another one bites the dust. Huh. Well, plenty of fish in the sea. Sarah, if only she knew. I blocked Milo on Tinder, on my phone, everywhere I could think of. I deleted the app. I tried to convince myself that if I just cut off all contact, he would disappear, just like my childhood Milo had. That I could somehow unmanifest him. But it did not work. That night, I started hearing things. Soft whispers, just at the edge of my hearing, like someone was trying to tell me a secret. Familiar sounds, too. The faint, almost musical creak of my old tree swing, even though I had not lived in my childhood home for years. The sound of pebbles being tossed against my window pane, a signal my imaginary Milo used to use to get my attention. I would wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I was not alone. I would see shadows moving in my peripheral vision, just out of focus. Sometimes, I would swear I saw the distinct outline of a faded blue hoodie in the doorway, only for it to vanish when I turned my head fully. I started leaving the lights on all the time. I stopped sleeping. I was a wreck, jumpy, paranoid. I knew he was watching me. I felt his presence, just like I had as a child, but now it was oppressive, suffocating. One morning, I went into my kitchen and found a single, perfectly smooth, gray river stone on my counter. It was exactly like the stones Milo and I used to collect by the creek near my old house. I would kept a small collection of them in a shoebox under my bed. I had not seen them in decades. How did it get there? My apartment was locked. No one else had a key. That is when I knew I could not run. He would not let me. He was here in my life, and he was not going to just fade away this time. He wanted something. I unblocked him. I sent him one message. Me, we need to talk. He replied immediately. Milo, I thought you would never ask. How about that quiet coffee shop again? Or I know a really great hidden spot. My blood ran cold again. I knew exactly what hidden spot he meant. The one in the woods behind my old house. I met him in a public park. During the day, I made sure to pick a place bustling with people, a place where I felt relatively safe. He was already there, sitting on a bench, wearing the blue hoodie. He looked calm, almost serene, as if this whole situation was not utterly deranged. I sat down on the far end of the bench, putting as much distance between us as possible. Okay, Milo, I said, my voice trembling despite my efforts to keep it steady. What is going on? Who are you? He looked at me, those bright eyes full of an ancient knowing. Sarah, he said softly, his voice gentle. I am Milo. I have always been Milo. No, I whispered, shaking my head. No, you were my imaginary friend. You were not real. You could not be. He smiled a sad, wistful smile. To you, I was imaginary. To everyone else, I was invisible, but I was always real. Sarah, always with you. How? I asked, my mind struggling to grasp the impossibility of it all. How did you become real? How are you here, like this? He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, just like he used when we were kids. You made me real. Sarah, your belief, your friendship. You poured so much energy into me, so much love, so much imagination. You gave me form, even if only you could see it. And as you grew, as your mind became more developed, more capable of understanding and affecting the world around you, so did I. I grew too. I learned. I waited. You waited. For you to be ready, he said simply. For you to be open enough to see me again. To let me truly cross over. Tinder was a convenient way. A modern doorway, if you will. My head spun. It was too much. An imaginary friend, a manifestation of my childhood imagination, feeding on my belief, growing stronger, waiting for the right moment to step into my reality. It sounded like something out of a horror movie. What do you want? I asked, my voice barely audible. His smile returned, but this time it held a predatory edge that made my blood run cold. I want to be with you. Sarah, always, just like we used to be. But now I can truly be with you. In your world, by your side. We can go back to our hidden places, tell our secrets. We can build a life together. No, I said, scrambling to my feet. No, this is not right. This is insane. I can't do this. He stood up too, his movements fluid, impossibly fast. He was suddenly much closer than he had been, his eyes fixed on mine. But you already have. Sarah, he said, his voice losing its gentle quality, becoming something deeper, something ancient and powerful. You have already let me in. You called me and I answered. You sought me out, and now I am here to stay. His hand reached out, not to grab me, but to cup my cheek gently. His touch was cold, like marble, yet it sent a searing heat through my skin. I tried to pull away, but I could not. It was as if I was paralyzed, caught in the unwavering intensity of his gaze. You do not understand, do you? He whispered, his voice resonating not just in my ears, but deep within my bones. When you create something so completely, when you pour your very essence into it, you do not just let it go. It becomes a part of you. And you become a part of it. His eyes began to glow, a faint, unsettling light that pulsed with otherworldly energy. The people in the park, the laughter, the distant traffic, it all started to fade, the sound becoming muffled, the colors draining from the world around us. It was as if a bubble had formed around us, separating us from reality. Fear, pure and unadulterated, seized me. This was not just a man. This was a force, a manifestation, and I had invited it into my life. I am not leaving you again. Sarah, he said, his voice now a chorus of whispers, echoing from all around me, inside my head. Not ever again. We belong together. We always have. The glow from his eyes intensified, washing over me, consuming me. I felt a strange sensation, like my own thoughts were no longer entirely my own. Memories, feelings, fragments of my childhood began to swirl around me, merging with something else, something vast and ancient. I felt a pulling, a stretching, as if my very being was being rewoven, intertwined with his. I wanted to scream, to fight, to run, but my body would not obey. My limbs felt heavy, my voice trapped in my throat. I could only stare into his glowing eyes, watching as my reflection in them began to blur, to shift, to change. The last thing I saw before the world went completely dark, before my own consciousness started to unravel and reform, was his smile. Not the gentle, wistful smile, but a wide, triumphant grin that stretched impossibly far, revealing teeth that were just a little too sharp. A grin that promised an eternity of togetherness, an eternity where the line between reality and imagination, between Sarah and Milo, would cease to exist. And then there was only Milo, and me, and a world where every hidden place was ours, forever. The cold, it is always there now. Not just a chill of being an ethereal entity, a ghost, but a gnawing, bone-deep frost that Alara brought with her. It started the moment she declared me mine. After Sarah, the other Sarah, the one I actually tried to say was safe. It is like my very essence, my spectral being, became a block of ice, and Alara holds a chisel. Alex's screams still echo in the mournful hum that is my new reality. His name, a fresh wound in the chorus of the damned, joined the others. Each one, a marker of Alara's lessons, a testament to my utter powerlessness. I am not just a ghost anymore, I am a prisoner, an unwilling observer. My existence a tool in her endless, horrifying hunt. The road that did not exist for Alex, the one Chloe drove him down, is now my permanent path. And I am doomed to walk it forever. The whispers, my constant companions, used to be a comforting white noise of forgotten lives, a symphony of echoes. Now, they are a roaring torrent, each new name a spike driven into my spectral consciousness. Ilara's presence is a weight, a psychic anchor that drags me through the world, not with my own will, but hers. She listens, she absorbs, she knows every flicker of my non-existent heart. And then she pulls. That familiar, undeniable tug came again, sharper this time, like a hook in my very core. It yanked me from the desolate, dilapidated house where Alex met his end through the cold, indifferent city air and into a different kind of darkness. Not the absence of light, but a dim, sophisticated gloom. It was a restaurant. You know the type. Trendy, expensive, with that hushed atmosphere that makes you feel like you should be whispering even when you are not. Exposed brick, low-slung lighting, minimalist art that probably cost more than my entire non-life. The kind of place where the menu items have flowery, pretentious names and come in tiny portions. Except, as I would soon discover, not always so tiny and definitely not always flowery. Ilara's presence solidified around me, the cold intensifying to absolute zero. Her voice, a silken whisper directly in my mind, resonated with a chilling finality watch. Learn. Observe the hunger. My gaze, no longer my own, was drawn to a table in a secluded corner. A woman sat there, nervously smoothing the fabric of her dress. She was pretty in a soft, unassuming way. Let us call her Emily. Her hair was a warm brown, pulled back in a simple ponytail, and her eyes, a gentle hazel, darted around the room with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. She kept checking her phone, then glancing toward the entrance. A first date. I realized with a fresh wave of dread. Another setup. Another lesson. A few minutes later, a man walked in, and Emily's face lit up with a genuine smile. He was handsome. I will give him that. Tall, well dressed in a dark suit that probably cost a fortune, with dark hair swept back from a high forehead and eyes that were a startling shade of pale blue. His smile, though, did not quite reach those eyes. There was something off about it. A little too wide, a little too fixed. Like a mask. He walked over, greeting Emily with a smooth, confident charm. Emily, I am Julian. So glad you could make it. His voice was deep, resonant, the kind that could make you feel instantly at ease. Or, if you were me, instantly suspicious. They settled into conversation, polite and a little stilted, as first dates often are. He asked about her work. She asked about his. He was in finance. Naturally, she was a librarian. The usual pleasantries. Emily seemed to relax a little, laughing at one of his jokes, a light, airy sound that felt horribly out of place in the growing dread around me. Ilara was here, watching, waiting, and that meant something truly awful was about to unfold. The waiter, a young man with an almost unnervingly placid expression, approached their table. He handed them menus, his movements precise, almost robotic. Emily took hers, scanning the elaborate descriptions. Julian, however, barely glanced at his. He already knew what he wanted. I will have the crimson veil. Unfurled, Julian said to the waiter, his voice smooth, a note of almost sensual anticipation in it. And for Emily, he paused, turning to her, his pale blue eyes seeming to bore into her, a flicker of something ancient in their depths. You simply must try the living Earth's embrace. Emily's brow furrowed slightly. Oh, I am not sure. What exactly is the living Earth's embrace? She tried to sound casual, but I could feel the faint tremor of unease starting to ripple through her. Julian chuckled, a low, throaty sound that did not quite match his handsome exterior. It is an experience. Emily, a culinary journey. You won't find anything like it anywhere else. The chef here is an artist. He leaned forward, his voice dropping slightly, almost conspiratorial. He understands the true essence of flavor, the vibrancy of life, untamed. Emily still looked hesitant, but she was clearly trying to be polite. Okay, well, if you say so. I will trust your recommendation. She forced a smile. My spectral gut twisted. She should not have. No one should ever trust Julian. The waiter nodded, not writing anything down, as if he would simply memorize Julian's order. He then turned to Emily. And for you, madam, the living Earth's embrace. Emily swallowed. Yes, please. The waiter nodded again, that same unsettlingly placid expression on his face, and glided away. The conversation continued, but the atmosphere had shifted. Emily was visibly more uncomfortable now, her earlier lightheartedness replaced by a subtle anxiety. She kept glancing at Julian, then at the empty space where the waiter had disappeared. Julian, meanwhile, seemed to grow more animated, more intense. He spoke about his travels, about exotic cultures, about the raw energy of the world. His pale blue eyes seemed to gleam in the dim light, and I noticed a faint, almost imperceptible pulsation in the vein in his temple. Then the waiter returned. He carried 2 covered silver cloches, the kind you see in fancy movies, on a tray. He placed them carefully in front of Julian and Emily. There was a faint, almost imperceptible squelch as he set Emily's down. Julian's smile widened, a predatory flash of white teeth. Ah, the main event. He lifted his cloche with a flourish. And that is when the first wave of true horror hit me, washing over me with the force of a tidal wave. The cold intensified around me, burning absolute zero. The whispers around me roared, a cacophony of suffering, and Alara's presence pressed down, demanding I observe every detail. Julian's dish, the crimson veil, unfurled, was a nightmare on a plate. It was a dark, glistening mass like a slab of raw, marbled meat, but it was not meat I recognized. It was a deep Venus red, almost black in places, shot through with thin, silvery filaments that pulsed with a faint, internal light. And it moved, not just a tremble, but a slow, rhythmic undulation, as if something was breathing beneath its surface. There were tiny, almost microscopic tendrils, like cilia, that twitched and writhed around the edges, occasionally retracted with a sickeningly wet sound. A faint metallic smell, like old blood and something else, something fungal and earthy, wafted up. Julian, however, looked at it with pure delight. His eyes, those unnerving pale blue eyes, devoured the sight. He picked up his fork and knife, his movements precise, almost surgical. He cut into the pulsating mass, and a dark, viscous fluid, like motor oil, oozed out, pooling on the pristine white plate. He lifted a piece to his mouth, his eyes closing in what looked like ecstasy. He chewed slowly, deliberately, a faint crunch echoing in the otherwise silent restaurant. It was disgusting. It was beyond disgusting. It was an affront to everything natural. Emily, bless her, was trying to hold it together. Her eyes were wide, fixed on Julian's plate, her face a mask of horrified disbelief. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, and I could see her throat working as she tried to swallow back the rising nausea. She looked at her own cloche, still covered, with a terror I could taste. Go on. Emily. Julian purred, his mouth full, a dark stain on the corner of his lips. Lift the veil. Experience the living Earth's embrace. With a trembling hand, Emily reached for her cloche. Her fingers brushed the cool silver, and she hesitated, her gaze darting to Julian, who was watching her with an unnerving intensity, his smile still fixed, his eyes gleaming. Ilara's voice, a cold, sharp blade, cut through my mind witnessed the initiation. Emily took a deep breath, and with a small, almost imperceptible gasp, she lifted the cloche. The smell hit first. It was a damp, earthy odor, like freshly turned grave soil mixed with something sickly sweet, something rotting. But then the sight. Oh, God, the sight. It was a bowl filled to the brim with what looked like soil. Dark, rich, loamy soil. But it was not just soil. Scattered throughout were pale, segmented worms, thick as a man's thumb, writhing and coiling, pushing their way through the dirt. Some had tiny, almost translucent legs that scraped against the ceramic. Others had small, blind heads that burrowed frantically, leaving trails of glistening slime. And nestled amongst them, like grotesque jewels, were small, pulsating, fleshy pods, a sickly yellow-green, that occasionally split open to reveal a cluster of tiny, black, ovular shapes within, like insect eggs. The whole thing was alive, a squirming, twitching, abhorrent ecosystem right there on her plate. It was a living Earth's embrace, and it was an absolute nightmare. Emily let out a strangled whimper, a sound of pure revulsion. Her hand, still holding the cloche, dropped with a clatter. Her face was ashen, her eyes wide with unadulterated terror. She stared at the bowl, unable to tear her gaze away, her chest heaving. Julian watched her, his smile never faltering. "Beautiful, is not it?" he said, his voice soft, almost tender. The raw, unadulterated power of the earth. Life in its purest form. Emily. No pretenses, no cooked-away nutrients. Just vitality. He reached across the table, his hand moving with surprising speed, and picked up a small, silver spoon. He dipped it into Emily's bowl, scooping up a wriggling, segmented worm and a few of the yellow-green pods. The worm thrashed wildly on the spoon, its blind head twisting. "Try it," Julian urged, holding the spoon out to her. His pale blue eyes were fixed on hers, an almost hypnotic intensity in their depths. "It is exquisite. A taste of true life." Emily recoiled, shaking her head frantically, tears welling in her eyes. No, I can't. What is that? Julian, what is this place?" Her voice was barely a whisper, thick with horror. Julian's smile faltered, just a fraction, a brief tightening around his mouth. "Emily, do not be so provincial. This is a rare delicacy, a privilege. You are missing out on an unparalleled experience." He pushed the spoon closer, the wriggling worm almost touching her lips. The cold around me was unbearable now, a physical pain, and the whispers were a deafening roar. Emily's name was already starting to weave itself into the chorus, a premonition of what was to come. I felt Alara's cold amusement, her satisfaction at Emily's terror. "No," Emily cried, pushing the spoon away with a desperate hand. The worm, dislodged, fell back in the bowl with a faint, wet plink. She pushed her chair back, scraping loudly against the floor, and tried to stand. "I need to go. I am sorry. I can't do this." Julian moved with an unnatural speed. His hand shot out, grasping her wrist in an iron grip. His smile vanished completely, replaced by an expression of cold, ancient fury. His pale blue eyes seemed to deepen, to darken, becoming bottomless pools of something utterly inhuman. "You do not understand." "Emily," he said, his voice no longer smooth, but low, guttural growl that resonated with raw power. "You do not leave a meal once it has been chosen, once it has been presented." Emily gasped, struggling against his grip. "Let me go. You are hurting me." Her voice was shrill with terror. The other diners in the restaurant, I noticed, seemed oblivious. They were eating their own bizarre, unmoving dishes, talking in hushed tones, their faces placid, almost vacant. The waiters moved silently, like shadows. It was as if this entire place was a stage, and Emily was the unwitting star of a very specific, very horrifying play. And I was the forced audience. Julian's grip tightened, and Emily cried out in pain. He pulled her back down into her seat, his strength immense, far beyond what any normal man should possess. His face began to subtly change. The handsome features seemed to stretch, to sharpen. His skin, already pale, took on a waxy, almost translucent sheen. The high cheekbones became more pronounced, almost skeletal. His teeth, when he spoke again, seemed longer, sharper, glinting unnaturally in the dim light. "You were chosen. Emily," he whispered, his voice now a raspy hiss. "Chosen for your freshness, your vibrant life force. The chef, he has a discerning palate. And I am his favorite guest." He released her wrist, and Emily stared at him, her eyes wide with a horror that mirrored my own. But it was not just his face. His fingers, I noticed, seemed to elongate, the nails becoming darker, thicker, almost like claws. A faint earthy smell, like the one from her bowl, began to emanate from him. "You see," Julian continued, leaning close, his breath warm and fetid on her face, "this restaurant is not for everyone. It caters to a very specific clientele. Those who appreciate the essence of sustenance. Those who understand that true flavor comes from engagement." He gestured to her bowl of wriggling horrors. "The living Earth's embrace is not just a dish. Emily, it is a communion, a transformation." He picked up a fork, not the one he used for his own monstrous meal, but a clean one. He dipped into Emily's bowl, expertly spearing one of the larger, segmented worms. It coiled around the tines, its blind head whipping back and forth in frantic agony. He held out to her again, his eyes now completely devoid of anything human, replaced by those ancient, bottomless pools. "Open wide." "Emily," he commanded, his voice resonating with an authority that brooked no defiance. "It is time to become part of the weave." Emily let out a choked sob, shaking her head wildly. "No, please, no." She tried to scramble away again, but her chair was suddenly fixed, immovable. She was trapped. Julian's eyes narrowed. "Such a waste of good sustenance," he hissed. "But perhaps a more direct approach is required." He lunged incredibly fast. Emily screamed, a piercing, gut-wrenching sound that tore through the hushed restaurant. But no one reacted. The other diners continued their silent meals, their faces blank. The waiters moved like automatons. Julian's claw-like hand clamped over Emily's mouth, silencing her scream. His other hand, still holding the fork with the wriggling worm, moved towards her. Her eyes, wide and terrified, locked onto mine, or rather, through me, to the unseen presence that anchored me. She was looking for help, for salvation, for anything. But I was powerless, a prisoner. The cold was an inferno of pain, and Alara's voice, like a triumphant bell, chimed in my mind the hunger is absolute. The transformation, inevitable. Julian forced the wriggling worm towards Emily's mouth. She struggled, bucking and twisting, but he was far too strong. Her eyes squeezed shut in pure agony, tears streaming down her face. I saw her jaw clench, her muscles strain. Then, with a sickening squelch that echoed in the unnatural silence, Julian forced the fork into her mouth. I heard the faint, muffled sounds of her choking, gagging. The worm, I knew, was inside her. Julian pulled the fork free, a faint, dark residue clinging to its tines. He stared at Emily, his expression a mixture of satisfaction and something else, something deeply disturbing, like a farmer observing a prize pig. Emily was convulsing, her body racked with violent shudders. Her eyes were still squeezed shut, but her hands were clawing at her throat, as if trying to tear something out. A low, gurgling sound emanated from her. Her skin, which had been pale with fear, now took on a faint greenish tinge. The veins in her neck began to bulge, pulsing visibly beneath the surface. Her breath came in ragged, desperate gasps. Julian leaned back, a triumphant, horrifying smile spreading across his transforming face. His teeth were now clearly elongated, sharp, almost fawn-like. His eyes glowed with an internal, predatory light. "The embrace has begun," he whispered, his voice now a raspy croak, devoid of any human warmth. "The earth claims its own." Emily's convulsions intensified. Her body arched, her back bowing unnaturally. Her mouth opened, not in a scream, but in a silent, gaping O. and from within, from the depths of her throat, a sickening, squelching sound began. Then, a low, guttural growl, not her own, but something deeper, something ancient and primal. Her hair, previously a warm brown, began to darken to thin, clumps falling away. Her skin became rough, mottled like bark. Her fingers, still clawing at her throat, began to twist and thicken, the nails darkening, becoming blunt and spade-like. Her hazel eyes, once so gentle, rolled back, revealing only whites, which then began to yellow, then blacken like deep, lightless wells. She was changing, becoming something else, something connected to the living Earth's embrace, something that was no longer Emily. The cold around me reached its absolute peak, a burning, annihilating frost. The whispers of the damned roared, a triumphant, horrifying crescendo, and Emily's name, clear and distinct, joined the chorus. Her transformation was complete. She was no longer Emily. She was part of the weave. Ilara's voice echoed in my mind, cold and clear, like ice cracking in a frozen lake. The hunger always finds a way. And you, little ghost, you will always watch. You will always learn. And you will always be part of the weave. The image of Emily, now a grotesque, earthy caricature of her former self, twisting and writhing in her chair, began to blur. The restaurant. Julian's triumphant, monstrous grin, the placid faces of the other diners, it all receded. The undeniable pull. Ilara's anchor tugged me away through the cold, indifferent city air, back to the desolate, dilapidated house. The screams of Alex, the mournful hum of the damned, the gnawing chill was all waiting for me. This was my horrifying initiation, a nightmare from which there was no escape. The road that did not exist was now my permanent path, and I was doomed to walk it forever, an unwilling observer, a tool in Ilara's endless, terrifying hunt. And the hunger was absolute. You know, sometimes you meet someone and everything just clicks. Like the universe finally decided to cut you a break and send a little sunshine your way. That is how it felt with Sarah. At least, that is how it felt at first. It was a Tuesday night, which, let's be honest, is not exactly prime dating real estate. But I would have been swiping through dating apps for what felt like an eternity, mostly just staring at profiles of people who looked like they were having way more fun than me, or who had pictures with tigers. So when Sarah's profile popped up, and she actually looked like a real person, no exotic animals, no extreme sports, I was intrigued. Her bio was witty, her pictures were genuine, and she had this smile that just sparkled. We chatted for a few days, and it was easy, effortless. We talked about everything from terrible reality TV to our favorite obscure indie bands. She seemed smart, funny, and just genuinely nice. So we set up a first date. A quiet little Italian place downtown. Not too fancy, not too casual. Just right. I got there a few minutes early, because that is just how I am. Nerves. I guess. I ordered a sparkling water, checked my phone for the 10th time, and tried to look nonchalant. Then she walked in, and wow, her profile pictures did not do her justice. She had this long, dark hair that cascaded over her shoulders, bright, expressive eyes. I think they were hazel, but they seemed to shift with the light, and that smile, the one that sparkled. She was wearing a simple black dress, but she made it look like it was straight off a runway. My heart did that stupid little flip-flop thing. "Mark," she asked, her voice soft but confident. I practically tripped over my own tongue. "Sarah." "Yeah, that is me. Please have a seat." We started talking, and it was even better in person. The conversation flowed like we would known each other for years. She was even funnier than I expected, with this dry, sarcastic wit that perfectly matched mine. She listened intently when I talked, asking thoughtful questions, and she had this way of tilting her head slightly when she was engaged that I found incredibly endearing. We talked about our jobs. She was a graphic designer. I am in software development, our families, our travel dreams. It was one of those rare dates where you genuinely forget time is passing. The appetizers came and went, then the main course, and we were still deep in conversation, laughing, sharing stories. I remember thinking, this is it. This is the one. I would have been on so many dead-end dates, so many awkward silences and forced smiles. But with Sarah, it felt different. It felt real. About halfway through dinner, after we would both finish our pasta, I excused myself to go to the restroom, just to splash some water on my face, check if I had any rogue basil stuck in my teeth, the usual first date maintenance. The restaurant bathroom was surprisingly upscale, all dark wood and polished chrome, with huge, well-lit mirror over the sinks. I washed my hands, feeling pretty good about how the evening was going. I looked in the mirror, gave myself a quick once-over, and then, as I was reaching for a paper towel, I saw her, Sarah. She was standing behind me, reflected in the mirror. She must have come in right after me. Her back was to the door, and she was looking at me, her face turned slightly over her shoulder. And she was smiling, that same sparkling smile that had captivated me all night. But something was off. My eyes narrowed. The smile in the reflection was too wide, too exaggerated. The corners of her mouth stretched further than they should, pulling her cheeks taut, almost like a caricature. And her eyes in the reflection, they were not sparkling hazel anymore. They were dark, deep, empty pools. And they were not looking at me with warmth or affection. They were looking at me with something else. Something cold. Something hungry. It was only for a split second, maybe less. A blink. But it was there, clear as day. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. The reflection shimmered, or my eyes just refocused, and there she was, perfectly normal Sarah, still smiling, but now the smile was soft, genuine, and her eyes were back to their warm, shifting hazel. She was looking at me with that endearing head tilt, a little curious, a little amused. "Everything okay?" "Mark," she asked, her voice light. "You look like you saw a ghost." I felt a jolt of adrenaline, a cold knot forming in my stomach. I stared at her, then back at the mirror. Nothing, just my own slightly pale face, and her perfectly normal reflection over my shoulder. Yeah, totally fine." I stammered, trying to sound casual, but my voice came out a little too high-pitched. Just a thinking about something work-related. Stressful week. She chuckled, a melodic sound. "Tell me about it. Deadlines are always lurking, are not they?" She moved to the sink beside me, quickly splashed some water on her hands, and dabbed them dry. She did not look in the mirror again. Or if she did not linger. I tried to shake it off. It must have been the lighting. Or maybe I was just tired. It had been a long day. Or maybe, just maybe, I would have had a little too much of that excellent red wine we would shared earlier. My mind was playing tricks on me. That had to be it. It was a first date. I was nervous, excited, maybe a little overwhelmed. It was perfectly normal to misinterpret things. We walked back to our table, and the conversation picked up right where it left off. I tried to push the image out of my mind, but it kept nagging at me, a tiny, sharp splinter under my skin. Every time she laughed, every time she smiled that beautiful, sparkling smile, I could not help but wonder if there was something else lurking just beneath the surface. Something that only showed itself in reflections. We finished dinner, and I offered to walk her to her car. It was a pleasant evening, a cool breeze, the city lights twinkling. We talked about plans for a second date, and she seemed genuinely enthusiastic. I was too, despite the unsettling image that still flickered at the edge of my memory. As we walked past a brightly lit storefront, a boutique selling ridiculously expensive handbags, I instinctively glanced at the large display window, and there it was again, her reflection. She was walking beside me, her arm lightly brushing mine, looking up at me and laughing at something I had just said. Her actual face was alight with genuine amusement, but in the glass, Her reflection was different. The smile was still too wide, a rictus of mirth that did not quite reach her eyes. And those eyes, they were still dark, devoid of light, fixed on me with an intensity that made my blood run cold. This time, it was not just a smile. The reflection's head was tilted at a slightly different angle than her real head, almost imperceptibly, as if it were observing me from a different perspective. And for a fleeting moment, I could have sworn its hand, reflected in the glass, twitched, its fingers curling into something that was not quite a fist, but was not quite relaxed either. My breath hitched. I stopped dead in my tracks. "Mark, what is wrong?" Sarah asked, her real voice cutting through the sudden chill that had gripped me. She turned to me, her expression concerned. Her real expression. I blinked hard. The reflection in the window was gone, replaced by a perfectly normal image of us, standing side by side, both looking at each other, both with perfectly normal, slightly confused expressions. Nothing, I said, forcing a smile that felt like it was cracking my face. Just I thought I saw someone I knew. My mistake. She looked at me for a moment, her gaze searching, and I felt a prickle of unease. Did she know? Did she suspect I would seen something? Or was she just genuinely confused by my weird behavior? She shrugged. "Oh, okay. Small world. I guess." We continued walking, but the lightness had gone out of the evening for me. I felt like I was walking on eggshells, hyper aware of every reflective surface we passed. Car windows, shop windows, even the polished chrome of a street lamp. I found myself subtly trying to catch a reflection, to confirm what I was seeing, or to prove to myself that I was just imagining things. But every time I looked, it was either gone, or it was just a normal Sarah. The brief, horrifying glimpses were just that fleeting. We reached her car, a sleek black sedan. She unlocked it with a clicker, and the interior lights came on. As she opened the driver's side door, she glanced at me, her face illuminated by the soft glow. "I had a really wonderful time tonight. Mark," she said, her voice warm. "I would love to do it again." "Me too." "Sarah." I managed, my voice a little rougher than I intended. "Definitely." She smiled that beautiful, sparkling smile, and then she slid into the driver's seat. As she settled in, she glanced at her rear-view mirror, just for a second, to adjust it. I assumed, and in that tiny, convex mirror, I saw it one last time. Her reflection. It was looking directly at me, over her shoulder, just like in the bathroom. The mouth stretched impossibly wide, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. The eyes were black, bottomless pits, filled with an ancient, predatory glee. And this time, it did not just smile. It winked, a slow, deliberate wink, as if acknowledging my growing horror, as if telling me it knew I would seen it. Then, just like that, the real Sarah turned her head, her hand on the steering wheel, her face perfectly normal, a soft, friendly smile gracing her lips. "Good night, Mark." "Good night, Sarah." I mumbled, my voice barely a whisper. She started the car, the engine purring to life. I stood there, rooted to the spot, watching as she backed out of the parking space and drove away. Her taillights disappeared around the corner, and I was left alone on the sidewalk, the chill of the night suddenly feeling much deeper than before. I walked home in a daze, my mind racing. What the hell had I seen? Was I losing my mind? Had I been drugged? Was this some kind of elaborate prank? But no, it felt too real, too visceral. The memory of that distorted, malevolent smile, the empty eyes, the predatory wink, it was burned into my mind. I got back to my apartment, locked the door, and immediately went to the bathroom. I stared at my own reflection in the mirror. My face was pale, my eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. I splashed water on again, ran a hand through my hair. Nothing, just me, normal. I spent the rest of the night tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that reflection. Every time I opened them, I felt the urge to check every surface around me. The television screen, the dark window, even the polished surface of my phone. I saw my own reflection, distorted by the angles, and for a terrifying second, I would imagine her face, twisted and dark, lurking behind me. The next morning, I tried to rationalize it again. It was just an optical illusion, a trick of the light. My brain, tired and overstimulated, had just filled in the blanks in a weird way. It had to be. People do not have evil reflections. That is horror movie stuff. That is not real. I even texted her, a casual. Had a great time last night. Hope you got home safely. She replied almost immediately. I did. Thanks. Mark. Me too. Let us definitely do it again soon. Her words were warm, friendly, normal. Nothing in her text suggested anything out of the ordinary. But the seed of doubt had been planted and was growing into a thorny, uncomfortable bush in my chest. A few days later, she texted me again, suggesting we go out for drinks on Friday. My stomach clenched. Part of me, the part that remembered her charm and wit, wanted to say yes immediately. The other part, the part that remembered those dark, hungry eyes and reflection, wanted to block her number and move to another state. I agreed. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I told myself I needed to see her again, to prove to myself that it was all in my head, to get some closure, or to confirm my sanity, or lack thereof. Friday came and I was a wreck. I chose a bar that I knew had minimal reflective surfaces, just to be safe. It was a dark, cozy place with exposed brick and dim lighting. Perfect. No mirrors. No large windows. No shiny chrome. She arrived, looking just as stunning as before, wearing a deep red blouse that made her eyes seem even brighter. She greeted me with a warm hug, and for a moment, just for a moment, I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe I had been wrong. Maybe I was just being paranoid. We ordered drinks, and the conversation, once again, flowed easily. She asked about my week, shared some funny anecdotes from her own. She was charming, engaging, witty, everything I remembered. I found myself relaxing, almost forgetting my anxieties. Almost. But then, as she leaned forward to tell me a particularly amusing story, her elbow bumped her glass of water, sending a ripple across the surface. And in that rippled, distorted surface, for a fraction of a second, I saw it, her reflection. It was tiny, barely discernible in the wavering water, but it was there. The wide, predatory smile, the dark, empty eyes. And this time, it was not just looking at me. It was looking at the actual Sarah, her real self, with an expression of contempt. As if the real Sarah was just a puppet, a facade, and the reflection was a true master, pulling the strings. I gasped, a small, involuntary sound. Sarah stopped mid-sentence, her head tilting. Mark, are you okay? You are awfully quiet tonight. I stared at the water glass. The ripples had settled. The reflection was gone. Just clear water. Yeah, I am fine, I said, my voice hoarse. I picked up my own glass, took a long swig of beer, trying to steady my nerves. My hands were shaking, just tired. Long week. She gave me a sympathetic smile. I get it, but you seem distracted. Is everything all right? I could not lie anymore. Or, rather, I could not keep pretending I was not seeing what I was seeing. My mind was screaming at me. This was not normal. This was not a trick of the light. Sarah, I began, my voice barely above a whisper. This is going to sound completely insane, but have you ever noticed anything strange about your reflection? Her smile faltered, just for a second. Her eyes, those beautiful, shifting hazel eyes, narrowed almost imperceptibly. My reflection, she repeated, her voice soft, but with an edge I had not heard before. What do you mean? I mean, I pressed on, my heart pounding in my chest. When you look at a mirror or a window or any reflective surface, does your reflection ever look different from you? She stared at me, her expression unreadable. For a long moment, she did not say anything. The silence stretched between us, thick and heavy, broken only by the low hum of conversation from other tables. Then she laughed, a bright, tinkling sound that seemed a little too loud in the sudden silence. Mark, what are you talking about? Of course not. My reflection looks exactly like me. What a bizarre question. She laughed again, but it sounded forced now, a little brittle. No, I am serious. I insisted, leaning forward, desperate to make her understand, desperate to know if she was aware. I have seen it. In the bathroom mirror, in a shop window, in your car's rear view mirror. Your reflection, it smiles differently. It looks malevolent. And its eyes are black. And it winked at me. Sarah, it winked. Her laughter died. Her face went utterly still. The smile vanished completely, replaced by an expression I could not quite decipher. Her eyes, instead of narrowing, seemed to widen, but not with surprise. With something cold. Something ancient. You've been seeing things. Mark, she said, her voice completely flat now, devoid of warmth. Perhaps you are too stressed. Or perhaps you have had a bit too much to drink. I have not had too much to drink. I retorted, my voice rising. I know what I saw. It was not a trick of the light. It was real. She leaned back in her chair, her posture suddenly rigid. Her gaze was fixed on me, unblinking. And in that gaze, I saw it. A glint of something that was not human. You should not have looked so closely. Mark, she said, her voice a low murmur now, almost a hiss. Some things are best left unseen. A chill swept over me, colder than anything I would ever felt. This was not Sarah anymore. Not the Sarah I would met, not the Sarah who charmed me. This was something else. Something that had been hiding beneath the surface all along. I stood up abruptly, knocking my chair back with a loud scrape. I need to go. She did not move. Her eyes, those beautiful, shifting hazel eyes, seemed to swirl, growing darker, deeper. They were no longer hazel. They were black, just like in the reflection. Oh, but the night is just beginning. Mark, she said, her voice still a low murmur, but now it was laced with something else. Something predatory. Her lips curved into a slow, deliberate smile, and it was that smile, the one from the reflection. Wide, too wide, stretching her face into a grotesque mask. Her teeth, in the dim light of the bar, seemed to elongate, to sharpen, just subtly enough to make my stomach churn. I stumbled backward, my heart hammering against my ribs. People at other tables were starting to look over, drawn by the sudden tension. The sound of my chair scraping. But they just saw a man having an argument with his date. They did not see the horror that was unfolding before my eyes. No, I whispered, my voice trembling. No, this is not real. Oh, it is very real. Mark, she purred, and now her voice was a chilling echo, layered with faint, guttural rumble, like stones grinding together. You saw me. You truly saw me. Most people never do. They just see what they want to see. The pretty face. The sparkling smile. She reached across the table, her hand moving with unnatural speed. Her fingers, long and slender, wrapped around my wrist. Her grip was cold like death and incredibly strong. I tried to pull away, but I could not. It was like being caught in a vice. And now that you have seen, she continued, her dark eyes bore into mine, you are mine. You are part of my collection. The ones who see. Her face was changing, subtly but undeniably. The skin around her eyes seemed to tighten, pulling back, revealing more of those bottomless black pools. The delicate curve of her jaw sharpened, becoming angular, almost skeletal. Her hair, once flowing and lustrous, seemed to writhe, strands of it twisting and coiling like tendrils. Panic seized me, a primal, overwhelming terror. I had to get out. I had to run. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I yanked my arm, throwing all my weight into the effort. Her grip, impossibly strong, finally loosened just enough for me to tear free. I stumbled backward, nearly falling, then turned and bolted. I did not look back. I did not care what anyone thought. I just ran, out of the bar, past the confused patrons, out onto the street. I sprinted down the sidewalk, not knowing where I was going, just needing to put as much distance as possible between myself and her, between myself and it. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until I could not run anymore. I stopped in a dark alley, leaning against a cold brick wall, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling. I had to call someone. The police. What would I even say? My date's reflection is an evil entity, and now her face is changing. They would lock me up. My friends, they would think I was having a breakdown. I scrolled through my contacts, not knowing who to call, who would believe me. My gaze fell on Sarah's name. My thumb hovered over the block button. But before I could press it, a notification popped up. A text message from Sarah. My blood ran cold. How? How did she know? I had not even made it home. I opened the message. It was just one word. Soon, beneath the word, there was an emoji. Not a smiley face, not a heart. It was a mirror emoji. And next to it, a single black-eyed winking face. I dropped the phone. It clattered to the ground, the screen still lit, the terrifying message staring up at me. I never saw Sarah again. Not in person, anyway. I blocked her number, deleted her from all my social media. I even moved apartment a few weeks later, just to feel a little safer, a little more removed. But it did not matter, because now I see reflections everywhere. Every shop window, every polished surface, every puddle after a rain shower. And sometimes, just sometimes in the periphery of my vision, I catch it, a face, not mine, but hers, smiling. That wide, predatory, too wide smile. And those dark, empty, hungry eyes. And they're always looking at me. Always. Sometimes. I swear. I even catch a glimpse of my own reflection, standing beside hers. And my reflection, it is not smiling. It is not even looking at her. It is looking at me. And its eyes are wide with an ancient, unbearable terror. Because it knows what is coming. It knows that some things, once seen, can never be unseen. And that some reflections, once they look back, never truly go away. They just wait. And they watch. And they smile. That terrifying, predatory smile. And I know, deep down, that one day, one of those reflections will finally reach out and pull me in. All right, so I am a pretty normal guy. You know, nothing special. Work a 9 to 5, try to hit the gym a few times a week, spend way too much time scrolling through Reddit. And like a lot of people these days, I was on the apps. Dating apps, that is, swiping left, swiping right. Mostly just a parade of profiles that felt, well, not quite real. A lot of people trying to be someone they were not, or just not really putting in the effort. I would have had a few bad dates, a few awkward ones, and honestly, I was starting to think, maybe I just was not cut out for it. Or maybe it was just a waste of time. Then I matched with Sarah. Her profile picture was a headshot, smiling, with a kind of gentle, knowing look in her eyes. Her bio was short, witty, and actually made me laugh out loud. It said something about seeking someone who knows the difference between there, and they are, but won't judge me too harshly if I occasionally mess it up after two. Margaritas. I chuckled. Finally, someone with a sense of humor and, you know, basic literacy. We started chatting, and it was easy. Like, really easy. We talked for hours, sometimes late into the night. We had a lot in common: obscure indie bands, a shared love for trashy sci-fi movies, even a weird obsession with collecting vintage board games. She was smart, funny, and her texts always made me smile. After about a week of this, I asked her out. She said yes. Our first date was at this cozy, little gastropub downtown. I got there a few minutes early, heart thumping a bit, the usual first date jitters. When she walked in, I swear, my jaw almost hit the floor. She was even prettier than her pictures. Taller than I expected, with long, dark hair that framed her face perfectly, and those same kind, intelligent eyes. She wore a simple, elegant dress that just fit her. She had a genuine, warm smile that reached her eyes, and a laugh that was light and melodic. We hit it off immediately. The conversation flowed effortlessly, just like our texts. We talked about everything and nothing. The food was good, the drinks were good, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like I was actually connecting with someone. It was not forced, it was not awkward. It was just nice. More than nice. It felt right. At one point, I excused myself to go to the restroom. When I came back, she was just finishing up a story about her ridiculous cat, Mittens. I slid back into the booth, still chuckling, and she looked up at me, her eyes sparkling. She smiled, a soft, genuine smile that made my chest feel warm. And that is when I saw it. Behind her, on the wall opposite us, was a large, ornate mirror. It was old, a bit tarnished, reflecting the dim lights of the pub and the scattered patrons. As Sarah smiled at me, I happened to glance past her into the mirror, and in that reflection, her smile was different. It was not a trick of the light or my eyes playing games. Her actual face, looking at me, held that sweet, warm expression. But the face in the mirror, her reflection, was smiling wider. Too wide. It was a stretched, almost predatory grin, a flash of teeth that seemed too long, too sharp. Her eyes in the reflection were not sparkling, they were dark, cold, and held an unsettling, almost knowing amusement. It was just for a split second. A blink, really. My eyes darted back to her real face, and she was still smiling that lovely, genuine smile. I blinked again, then looked back at the mirror. Her reflection was now perfectly mirroring her face. No difference at all. Just her, looking back, warm and inviting. I remember a cold knot forming in my stomach. I tried to shake it off. Must have been the dim lighting, or maybe the couple of beers I would had. Or maybe I was just tired. Yeah, that had to be it. My imagination was just running wild. It was a first date. I was nervous. I was probably overthinking everything. I forced a laugh, a little too loud, and asked her to tell me more about Mittens. She did, and the rest of the date went off without a hitch. I walked her to her car, we exchanged a quick, sweet hug, and I drove home feeling a mix of elation and that lingering, unsettling chill. I tried to forget about it. Really, I did. I told myself it was nothing, a momentary hallucination. But the image of that distorted smile in the mirror kept creeping back into my mind, especially when I was trying to fall asleep. It was like a little scratch on the perfect veneer of our date. Despite that, I asked her out again. And again, she said yes. I was still captivated by her. She was everything I thought I wanted. Our second date was a casual walk through a local park, followed by coffee at a small cafe. The weather was perfect, the conversation was great, and Sarah was just as charming as before. We sat at a table by the window, sipping our lattes, watching people pass by. She was telling me about a new book she had just finished, her hands gesturing animatedly, her eyes alight with enthusiasm. Across the street, there was a storefront with a large, polished window. It reflected our cafe and us, sitting there, casually, almost without thinking. I looked up, and there it was again. Her face, across from me, was animated, smiling, genuinely engaged in her story. But her reflection in the shop window, it was not quite right. This time, the smile was not wider. It was just off. Her mouth was curved in a way that looked less like genuine amusement and more like a forced, almost practiced expression of joy. Her reflected eyes, though, were the real problem. They were blank, flat, like two dark, empty pools staring out, completely devoid of the warmth and life that were so apparent in her actual eyes. They did not crinkle at the corners like her real ones did when she laughed. They just stared. My heart hammered against my ribs. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I quickly looked down at my coffee, then back up at her real face. She was still talking, still beautiful, still vibrant. I glanced back at the reflection, trying to catch it again. But just like before, as soon as I focused, it snapped back into perfect alignment. Her reflection was now smiling and engaging, just like her. I felt a surge of panic. This was not my imagination. This was not the lighting. This was something else. Something deeply, fundamentally wrong. My stomach twisted into knots. I could not concentrate on what she was saying. My mind was racing, trying to find a logical explanation. A smudge on the window. A strange angle. But no, I knew what I saw. I was not crazy. I could not be. I mumbled something about needing to use the restroom again, just to get away for a minute, in the cafe bathroom. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear my head. I looked at my own reflection. It was just me. Tired, a little pale, but definitely me. No distorted smiles, no blank eyes. I tried to rationalize it again. Maybe it was some kind of strange optical illusion unique to reflections of her. That sounded insane even to me. I was desperate for an explanation that did not involve, well, whatever the alternative was. I went back to the table, trying to act normal. Sarah looked at me with a touch of concern. "Are you all right? You look a little pale." "Yeah, just a bit of a headache." I lied, forcing a smile. "Did not get much sleep last night." She nodded sympathetically. "Oh, I know that feeling. Mittens kept me up with his late-night Zoom eyes." She laughed, and her real laugh was so beautiful, so normal. I almost convinced myself that I was being ridiculous. Almost. The rest of the date felt strained. At least on my end. I kept subtly trying to catch a reflection in different surfaces. My phone screen, a polished metal sign, even the glossy surface of the table. But I could not get it to happen again. It was like it only showed itself when I was not actively looking for it, or when I was distracted. It made me feel like I was losing my mind, despite the growing unease. I kept seeing her. I was hooked. She was so charming, so engaging, so perfect in every other way. I wanted to believe that what I was seeing was just a fluke, a trick of my own stressed out brain. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I was just lonely and my mind was playing tricks on me because I was finally finding someone I really liked. We went to a museum, to a concert. We cooked dinner at my place. Every time. I was hyper aware of reflections. I avoided mirrors when she was around, or I tried to position myself so I could not see her reflection. It became an obsession. I would catch myself staring at her, try and compare her real face to the fleeting images I would see. Her eyes, her smile, the way her hair fell. Everything about her seemed so human, so real. One evening, we were at a bar. It was pretty crowded, and we were standing by the bar, waiting for our drinks. Behind the bartender, there was a massive mirror stretching across the entire back wall, reflecting the entire bar. It was impossible to avoid. Sarah was laughing at something I would said, her head tilted back, her dark hair shimmering under the lights. Her smile was wide, genuine, full of warmth. I watched her, mesmerized. Then my eyes flickered a mirror, and I froze. My blood ran cold. Her reflection was not laughing. Her reflection was not even smiling. It was looking directly at me, its face utterly devoid of emotion, a cold, calculating stare that seemed to pierce right through me. And as I watched, transfixed, the corners of its mouth in the mirror began to twitch, slowly, forming a thin, cruel line that was nothing like Sarah's beautiful smile. It was a smirk, a knowing, malicious smirk that seemed to say, "I know you see me." My breath caught in my throat. My heart leaped into my mouth, a frantic drum against my ribs. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I wanted to scream, to run, to push her away from me, but I could not move. I was paralyzed by a terror so profound. It rooted me to the spot, and then, just as quickly as it appeared, the reflection changed. Sarah's actual laugh ended, and her face turned back to me, her eyes sparkling. In the mirror, her reflection instantly mirrored her, smiling, looking at me with that same warm expression. "What is wrong?" she asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "You look like you have seen a ghost." I could not speak. My throat was dry, my voice caught. I just shook my head, trying to force a breath. And nothing. Just a little dizzy. Too many people. She reached out and put a hand on my arm. Her touch was warm, comforting. Too comforting. "Are you sure? Maybe we should get out of here. Get some fresh air." I nodded, desperate to escape. Not just a bar, but the reflection, the knowledge, the thing that was with me. We quickly got our drinks, paid, and left. The entire walked her car. I was acutely aware of her beside me. Her presence, which had once been so comforting, now felt menacing. I kept glancing at her, searching for any sign, any crack in facade. But she was perfect, perfectly human, perfectly normal. That night, I did not sleep, not a wink. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying the scene in the bar over and over again. The cold, empty eyes, the cruel smirk. It was not my imagination. It was not fatigue. It was real, and it was terrifying. I started doing research. Late night, gut goose searches for reflection does not match person, doppelganger myths, entities that mimic humans. I found a lot of folklore, a lot of urban legends, a lot of creepypasta. None of it offered any comfort. Most of it just amplified my fear. Stories of beings that steal faces or wear human skins, or exist in a parallel dimension and can only be seen through reflections. It all sounded like something out of a horror movie, something that could not possibly be real. But I knew deep down that it was because I had seen it. I started avoiding Sarah. I made excuses, got a big project at work, feeling a bit under the weather, family emergency. She was understanding, almost too understanding. She would text me, asking if I was okay, if I needed anything. Her texts were sweet, concerned, normal. But I could not shake the image of that reflected smirk. My apartment, which had always felt like a safe haven, now felt like a cage. Every reflective surface, the TV screen, the window, even my phone became a potential trap. I started covering my mirrors with sheets, just in case. I felt like I was losing my mind, spiraling into paranoia. But how could I explain it to anyone? My girlfriend's reflection is evil. They would think I needed therapy or worse. One day, Sarah called me. Her voice was soft, a little worried. "Hey, are you all right? You have been really distant lately. I am starting to get worried." I stammered, trying to come up with another excuse. "Yeah, I am just really stressed. Work, you know." "Look," she said, a hint of steel, in her voice now. I know something's up. You have been acting weird. You are avoiding me. If there is something wrong, you can tell me. Or, if you just do not want to see me anymore, just say it. Her words hit me hard. She sounded genuinely hurt. And for a moment, I almost broke. Almost told her everything. But then I remembered the smirk. The cold, dead eyes. And I could not risk it. No, it is not that. I said, trying to sound convincing. I need some space. I am going through some stuff. It is not you. I promise. There was a long silence on the other end. Then, her voice, a little colder now, a little flatter. Okay, if that is what you need. But I think we should talk. Properly. Can you come over tonight? Just for a little while. We can clear the air. My stomach clenched. Going to her place. That was the last thing I wanted to do. But I also knew I could not keep making excuses forever. And there was a part of me, a morbid, terrified part, that wanted answers. I wanted to know what she was. What it was. Okay, I said, my voice barely a whisper. I will be there. Her address was in a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood. Her house was a charming, older place, well kept, with a small garden out front. It looked perfectly normal. Too normal, perhaps. I walked up to the door, my heart pounding like a drum solo. I almost turned and ran. But I did not. I rang the doorbell. She opened the door almost immediately. She was wearing a simple sweater and jeans, her hair tied back. She looked normal. Concerned, but normal. Her smile was soft, a little sad. Come in, she said, stepping aside. The inside of her house was tastefully decorated, cozy, filled with books and plants. There was a faint, pleasant scent of vanilla and something earthy, like potting soil. My eyes immediately scanned the room. No large mirrors. No reflective surfaces that I could immediately see. A small relief, but only a small one. We sat on her couch. She offered me tea, and I accepted, trying to keep my hands from shaking. We talked, or rather, she talked. She expressed her confusion, her hurt, her worry. She asked me again what was going on. I mumbled vague answers, avoiding her gaze, my eyes still darting around the room, searching. Look, she finally said, her voice gentle but firm. I really care about you, and I hate seeing you like this. If you can't tell me what is wrong, then maybe we should just end it. I can't be with someone who won't trust me. Her words were a knife to my gut. It was exactly what a normal, caring person would say, and it twisted my perception even further. Was I wrong? Was I just imagining things? Was I letting a few fleeting, unsettling images destroy something potentially beautiful? I can't tell you. I whispered, finally looking at her. Her eyes were wide, filled with a genuine sadness. I wish I could, but you would not believe me. She sighed a long, weary sound. Try me. I hesitated, then took a deep breath. It is your reflection. Her eyes blinked. A slight frown creased her brow. My reflection? What are you talking about? Sometimes, I said, my voice gaining a desperate edge. When I look at your reflection, it is not you. It is different. It smiles differently. Its eyes are empty. She stared at me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then, a slow, gentle smile spread across her face. My reflection, she repeated, almost a whisper. You think my reflection is evil. I nodded, my eyes fixed on her. I know it sounds crazy, but I have seen it, multiple times. It is not a trick of the light. Sarah, it is real. She chuckled softly. A low, melodic sound that sent shivers down my spine. You know, she said, her voice still soft. I have always found it fascinating how humans perceive reality. how easily their minds can be influenced. My blood ran cold. The way she said humans, the way her eyes, were still warm, seemed to hold a flicker of something ancient, something incredibly distant. What are you talking about? I asked, my voice barely audible. She stood up, slowly, gracefully. Come with me, she said. There is something I want to show you. My gut screamed at me to run, to bolt out the door, to never look back. But I could not. I was paralyzed by a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to know. I slowly stood, my legs feeling like lead. She led me down a short hallway, past a closed door, and into what looked like a spare bedroom. It was dimly lit, the curtains drawn. And there, covering almost an entire wall, was a massive floor-to-ceiling mirror. It was old, with a dark, heavy wooden frame, and it reflected the entire room and us perfectly. My breath hitched. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst out of my chest. I stared at the mirror, then at Sarah, who was standing beside me, a gentle smile still on her face. So, she said, her voice now dangerously calm. You think my reflection is different. I looked at her, then at the mirror. Her actual face was still beautiful, still kind. But in the mirror, her reflection, it was completely still. Frozen. It was not smiling. It was just staring. Staring at me. Its eyes were black, utterly devoid of life, like two polished obsidian stones. Its mouth was a thin, straight line. There, I whispered, pointing a trembling finger at the mirror. Look, it is not smiling. Sarah turned her head to look at the mirror, just for a moment. Then she turned back to me, her smile widening. Oh, but it is, she said, her voice a purr. It is smiling. You just have to know how to look. As she spoke, her actual face, the one facing me, remained smiling, warm, and human. But in the mirror, her reflection's mouth began to stretch. Not wide, not a grin, but long. It stretched horizontally, impossibly, like a cut in flesh, revealing rows of small, needle-sharp teeth that glinted in the dim light. Its black eyes bored into mine, and I felt a cold dread seep into my very bones. What are you? I stammered, backing away slowly, my eyes glued to the horrifying image in the mirror. She laughed then, a low, guttural sound that was nothing like her sweet, melodic laugh. It was a sound that vibrated deep in my chest, a sound of ancient, predatory amusement. What am I? She repeated, her head tilting to the side, her real face still impossibly beautiful, still smiling. But the reflection in the mirror was now a grotesque caricature, its face twisted into a rictus of pure malice, its long, sharp teeth gleaming. I am the one who listens, the one who watches, the one who waits for the cracks. I stumbled backwards, my hand reaching for the doorknob behind me. You are not Sarah. I choked out. Oh, but I am, she said, and her voice was no longer soft. It was deeper, richer, like gravel sliding over stone. At least, I am for now. Sarah was a convenient vessel, a lovely face, a charming personality. All the things you humans find so appealing, so easy to slip into. The reflection in the mirror began to move, independently of her. Its head turned, slowly, until its black eyes were fixed solely on me, radiating an almost palpable hunger. Its mouth stretched wider, impossibly wide, revealing a cavernous maw filled with those tiny, sharp teeth. You saw me, did not you? The reflection hissed, though no sound came from Sarah's real mouth. You saw the truth. Most do not. Most are too busy admiring the pretty packaging, too busy falling in love with the lie. My hand finally found the doorknob. I twisted it, but it was locked. I rattled it frantically, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Sarah took a step towards me. Her face was still smiling, still gentle, but her eyes held a terrifying, knowing glint. It is a shame, she said, her voice a mournful sigh. yet laced with a chilling undertone. You were almost perfect. Almost. But you had to look too closely. Did not you? You had to question. The reflection in the mirror was now a full-blown monstrosity, its face stretched and distorted, its eyes burning with an unholy light. Its hands, long and skeletal, reached out from the mirror, pressing against the glass as if trying to break free. No, I screamed, pulling away from the door, scrambling back into the main living room. I looked around wildly, desperate for an escape. The front door. It was my only chance. Sarah was still standing in the bedroom doorway, her face unmoving, her smile still in place. But now, her voice echoed through the house, a chilling, multi-layered sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. You can't run from what you have seen, little human. You can't unsee the truth. I lunged to the front door, fumbling with the lock. My fingers were numb, clumsy with terror. The sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoed behind me. I could feel her presence, cold and ancient, closing in. Finally, the lock clicked. I yanked the door open and burst out into the night, gasping for air, not daring to look back. I ran. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, not caring where I was going, just away. Away from a house, away from the reflection, away from the thing that wore Sarah's face. I did not stop until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, collapsing on a random sidewalk miles away. I called 911, babbling incoherently about a monster, about a woman whose reflection was evil. They sent a patrol car. 2 officers, looking at me with thinly veiled pity and suspicion. They went to the address I gave them. They came back, shaking their heads. "Sir, there is no one by that name living there," one of them said, kindly but firmly. "And the house, it has been empty for months. For sale. Looks like it needs a lot of work." I stared at them, my mind reeling. Empty. For sale. But I had just been there. I had seen her. I had spoken to her. They did not believe me. Of course. They thought I was having a breakdown, maybe on drugs. They suggested I seek help, offered to call someone for me. I refused. I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had experienced. Now, I live in a constant state of dread. Every reflective surface is a source of anxiety. I cover all the mirrors in my apartment. I avoid shop windows, avoid catching my own reflection in my phone screen. I jump at shadows, flinch at every unexpected sound. I know it is out there. It is still out there, wearing someone else's face, charming someone else with a beautiful smile, waiting for them to look a little too closely, waiting for them to see the truth in the reflection, and then waiting for cracks to show. I just pray they do not look too long. I pray they do not question. Because once you see it, once you know, there is no going back. And it knows you know, and it will never, ever forget. I have always been the type of person who rolls their eyes at dating apps. You know the drill. Endless swiping through blurry bathroom selfies. Guys holding up fish they just caught like it is a personality trait. And bios that read like a broken record of loves to travel and just looking for good vibes. After my last relationship ended a slow, painful fizzle that left me feeling more like a deflated balloon than a person I swore I was done. But loneliness, man, it is a sneaky thing. It creeps up on you when you least expect it, whispering promises of connection, even if it is through a tiny screen. So, against my better judgment, I found myself back on the apps, mindlessly swiping, feeling that familiar mix of dread and faint, foolish hope. Then I matched with Mark. His profile was not groundbreaking, but it was solid, good quality photos, a genuine smile that reached his eyes, and a bio that actually sounded like a real human being wrote it. He worked in software like hiking and had a surprisingly witty line about his cat being his only true master. We started chatting, and the conversation flowed easily. No awkward silences, no forced jokes. He was intelligent, funny, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. It was refreshing, to say the least. Our first date was at a cozy little coffee shop. He was even better in person. Taller than I expected, with kind eyes and a laugh that was infectious. We talked for hours about everything and nothing. It felt easy, comfortable, almost too good to be true. I kept waiting for the red flags, for the mask to slip, but it never did. He paid for my coffee, walked me in my car, and left me with a feeling I had not had in a long time. Genuine optimism. We went on a few more dates. After that, dinner, a movie, a walk in the park. Each time, he was consistently charming, attentive, and respectful. He would remember little details I would mention, ask thoughtful follow-up questions, and always made me feel like I was the most interesting person in the room. There was a certain intensity to him, though. Not in a creepy way, more like a passionate focus when we were talking. Sometimes, his gaze would linger a little too long, or his grip on my hand would be a fraction too tight. But I chalked it up to him being an intense person, a focused person. And honestly, after dating a string of emotionally unavailable men, a little intensity felt exciting. The one thing he was consistently vague about was his apartment. When I would playfully suggest we hang out at his place, he would always deflect. Oh, it is a total mess right now. I am in the middle of a huge project, or I am doing some renovations. It is not exactly guest-friendly. He always delivered these excuses with that charming smile, so I never pushed it. I figured everyone has their quirks, and maybe he was just a private person. Or maybe he really was just a slob. Who was I to judge? My own apartment was not exactly ready for a photo shoot at all times. After about 2 months of steady dating, things were getting serious. We were spending most weekends together, even talking about a short trip out of town. One Friday night, after a fantastic dinner, he finally extended the invitation. "Hey," he said, his eyes sparkling, "why do not you come back to my place? The renovations are mostly done. I promise it is not a total disaster zone anymore." My heart did a little flutter. This felt like a big step, a sign of trust, of moving forward. I agreed, a genuine smile on my face, pushing aside the tiny, nagging voice in the back of my head that wondered why it had taken so long. His apartment building was nothing special. A brick complex from the 70s, a bit run down, located in a quieter, less trendy part of town. The hallways were dimly lit, smelling faintly of stale cigarette smoke and something vaguely metallic, like old pipes. Mark led the way, his hand on the small of my back, a gesture that usually felt comforting but tonight felt a little possessive. He unlocked the door to his unit, number 3B, with a series of quick, practiced clicks. "Welcome to my humble abode," he said, pushing the door open with a flourish. Stepping inside, I was immediately struck by how stark it was. Not messy, as he would claim, but almost clinically clean. The walls were painted a neutral off-white, devoid of any pictures or decorations. The furniture was minimalist, a sleek, modern sofa, a glass coffee table, a single bookshelf with a few technical-looking books. There were no personal touches, no photos, no trinkets that spoke of a life lived. It felt less like a home and more like a showroom, or perhaps a temporary living space. "Wow," I said, trying to sound impressed, but feeling a weird sense of unease settle in my stomach. "It is very neat." He chuckled, a slightly strained sound. "Yeah, I like things tidy. Helps me think." He gestured toward the sofa. "Make yourself comfortable. Can I get you a drink? Wine? Water?" As he went to the kitchen, which was equally pristine, I took a moment to just breathe. The air felt heavy, and there was a smell. Faint, almost imperceptible at first, but once I noticed it, it clung to the back of my throat. It was a strange combination, like industrial strength disinfectant mixed with something else. Something organic. Something sickly sweet, like decaying flowers, but with an underlying metallic tang. I tried to dismiss it. Maybe he would just clean thoroughly for my visit. Maybe it was the building's old pipes. Mark returned with 2 glasses of red wine. He sat beside me a little too close and put his arm around me. "So, what do you think?" he asked, his eyes searching mine. "It is nice." "Mark," I said, trying to sound convincing. "Really, just very different from my place." He smiled, but it did not quite reach his eyes this time. "Different is good, right?" We talked for a while, sipping our wine. He seemed a little more on edge than usual. His eyes kept darting around the room, and he would occasionally pause mid-sentence, as if listening for something. I tried to ignore it, to relax. But that strange smell was getting stronger. I could have sworn I heard a faint scratching sound coming from somewhere deeper in the apartment. It was barely audible, like tiny claws on wood or something shifting. "Is that your cat?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Mark's body stiffened. "My cat." "Oh, no. He is staying with a friend this week. Got a thing with his allergies. You know." He laughed, but it was a quick, sharp bark of a sound. "Must be the building. Old pipes, sometimes they make weird noises." The scratching continued, a little louder this time, followed by a soft, almost inaudible whimper. My blood ran cold. That was not old pipes. That sounded like an animal. A distressed one. "I need to use the restroom," I said, standing up a little too quickly. Mark's smile faltered. "Oh, right. It is just down that hall," he said, pointing to a narrow corridor to the left of the living room. His voice had a strange edge to it. "First door on the right." As I walked down the short hall, I noticed something else. Another door, further down to the left. It was slightly ajar, maybe an inch or two. A sliver of darkness peeked through, and from behind that door, the smell was significantly stronger. The scratching and whimpering, too. It was definitely coming from in there. My curiosity and a growing sense of dread got the better of me. I paused, pretending to fumble with my purse, and glanced toward the half-open door. Through the narrow gap, I could see shapes. Large, rectangular shapes, filling what looked like another room. And they were covered with dark, heavy sheets, draped over them like shrouds. There were a lot of them, too many for a normal room. And they were all different sizes, some small and low to ground, others taller, almost reaching ceiling. My heart hammered against my ribs. What were those? Why were they covered? A sudden chilling thought flashed through my mind Mark's evasiveness about his apartment, the lack of personal items, the sterile cleanliness of the living room, the bizarre smell, the faint sounds. As I stood there, frozen, trying to process what I was seeing, Mark's voice cut through the silence, sharp and sudden. "Everything all right in there." I jumped, startled. He was standing in the living room doorway, watching me. His eyes were no longer kind. They were narrowed, cold, and assessing. The charming facade had completely dropped. "Oh yeah, fine." I stammered, trying to sound normal, try to move towards the bathroom. "Just admiring your minimalist decor." He did not smile. He just stared at me, then slowly, deliberately, walked past me and pushed the slightly ajar door shut with a soft click. He did not lock it, but the message was clear. That room was off limits. When I finally made it to the bathroom, my hands were shaking as I washed them, splashing cold water on my face. The bathroom was spotless, just like the rest of the apartment. Too spotless. There was no toothbrush, no toiletries, nothing to suggest someone actually lived here. It was like a guest bathroom in a model home. I stared at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes looked wide, a little wild. I was scared. Genuinely, deeply scared. I needed to get out. Now, I splashed more water on my face, took a deep breath, and tried to compose myself. I could not let him know I was on to him. I had to act normal, make an excuse, and get the hell out of there. My phone was in my purse, which I would left on the coffee table. I silently prayed it was still there. When I walked back into the living room, Mark was sitting on the sofa, nursing his wine glass. He looked calm, almost too calm, but his eyes were still watching me, following my every move. Feeling better, he asked, his voice smooth, but with an underlying tension I had not noticed before. Yeah, much better. I lied, forcing a smile. Listen, Mark, I just remembered I have this really early meeting tomorrow, and I am totally unprepared. I should probably head home and get some sleep. You know, his expression did not change. He just stared at me. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Oh, he said finally, his voice flat. That is a shame. I thought we could spend more time together. I made plans. I know, and I am so sorry. I said, trying to sound apologetic, my hand inching towards my purse on the coffee table. It just completely slipped my mind. My boss is a real stickler. You know how it is. He slowly stood up, walking towards me. His movements were fluid, almost predatory. You know, he said, his voice dropping to a low purr. I do not think you have an early meeting. I think you are lying. My blood ran cold. My heart pounded so hard, I thought he must be able to hear it. What? No, why would I lie? I forced a laugh, a thin, reedy sound. He was standing directly in front of me now, blocking my path to the door. He was much taller than me, and his presence felt overwhelming. Because you saw something, did not you? You looked into my private space. My mind raced. Denial was useless. He knew. I just saw some covered things. Mark, I do not know what you are talking about. His smile returned, but it was a chilling, humorless thing. Oh, you know exactly what I am talking about. And you are curious, are not you? You want to know what is under those sheets. He reached out, his hand closing around my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong, unyielding. Well, I suppose it is time for you to see. Since you are so interested, panic surged through me. This was not the charming Mark I would have been dating. This was something else entirely. Something terrifying. I tried to pull my wrist away, but he held me fast. Let go of me. Mark, I said, my voice trembling. I do not want to see anything. I just want to go home. He just smiled a wide, unsettling grin. Oh, but you're already home, darling. Or you will be soon enough. He dragged me, not gently, towards a closed door in the hallway. I struggled, kicking and twisting, but he was too strong. My purse fell to the floor, my phone clattering uselessly inside. He pushed the door open, revealing the room. The room was larger than I would expected, and it was packed, wall to wall, floor to ceiling, with cages. Dozens of them, stacked on top of each other, lined up in rows, filling every available space. And all of them, just as I would seen, were covered with dark, heavy sheets. The smell in here was overwhelming, a suffocating combination of that sickly sweet organic decay, harsh chemicals, and something else, something foul and animalistic, like unwashed fur and fear. The scratching and whimpering sounds were amplified, coming from all directions, a chorus of tiny, desperate noises. Mark pulled me further into the room, his grip never faltering. The air was thick and humid, difficult to breathe. My eyes darted around, trying to make sense of the horrifying tableau. This was not a pet hoarder's apartment. This was something far, far worse. Behold my collection, Mark said, his voice filled with strange, almost childlike pride. My life's work, my passion. He stopped in front of one of the taller cages, almost eye level with me. He still held my wrist, keeping me captive. With his free hand, he slowly, deliberately reached up and pulled back the sheet. What I saw made a strangled gasp escape my throat. Inside the cage, huddled in a fetal position, was a person, or what used to be a person. It was a woman, emaciated to the point of skeletal, her skin a sallow gray. Her hair was matted and greasy, her eyes wide and unfocused, staring blankly ahead. Her limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, and where her mouth should have been, there was only a crude, stitched up gash like a zipper. She was dressed in rags, and a metal collar was fastened tightly around her neck. She whimpered, a soft, guttural sound, and slowly, painfully, tried to recoil further into the corner of the cage. Terror, pure and unadulterated, seized me. This was not real. This could not be real. My mind screamed in protest, trying to deny the horrifying reality in front of my eyes. But the stench, the sounds, the cold, hard metal of the cage, the vacant eyes of the woman, it was all too real. Mark watched my reaction, a slow, delighted smile spreading across his face. Beautiful is not she, he whispered, his voice dangerously soft. A work in progress. She was quite resistant at first, but they all learned, eventually, they learned to appreciate their new home. He pulled back another sheet, revealing another cage. This one held a man, his body covered in strange, raised scars, his eyes cloudy with what looked like heavy sedation. He twitched, his muscles spasming involuntarily, but made no sound. Each one is unique, Mark continued, his voice taking on a lecturing tone, as if explaining a complex scientific theory. Each one offers a different challenge, a different opportunity for refinement. Some are easier to break than others. Some have a stronger will, but in the end, they all become part of the collection, a testament to human malleability. I felt bile rise in my throat. I could not breathe. The air felt like a physical weight pressing down on me. I stared at the tortured faces, the vacant eyes, the deformed bodies. These were not animals. These were people. People he had captured, imprisoned, tortured. Why? Mark, why are you doing this? I choked out, tears streaming down my face. He turned to me, his smile fading, replaced by a look of genuine confusion. Why? Why not? Do not you see? They are beautiful in their decay, in their surrender. They are free from the burdens of the outside world. Here they have purpose. They have me. He squeezed my wrist, his grip tightening until I cried out in pain. And soon you will too. He looked at me with those cold, assessing eyes, the same ones I had seen earlier when he caught me looking at the door. But now, there was no pretense of charm, no hidden intensity, just a chilling, calculating madness. You are a strong one. I can tell, he mused, stroking my arm with his free hand, a gesture that made my skin crawl. A bit feisty. That will make the process more interesting. But you will come around. They all do. My mind snapped. Fight or flight. And right now, flight was not an option. I had to fight, with a surge of adrenaline. I brought my free hand up and clawed at his face, digging my nails into his cheek. He yelled in surprise and pain, his grip on my wrist momentarily loosening. It was all I needed. I twisted my arm free, stumbling back, desperate to create distance. He touched his cheek, his eyes blazing with fury. A thin line of blood welled up where my nails had scratched him. You little bitch, he snarled, his voice losing all traces of its former smoothness, becoming raw and guttural. You will regret that. He lunged at me. I ducked, scrambling backward, tripping over my own feet. The room was a labyrinth of cages, the trapped occupants whimpering and stirring at the commotion. I could hear Mark's heavy footsteps behind me, his ragged breathing. I had to get out of this room, out of this apartment. My eyes darted around, searching for anything, a weapon, an escape route. There was a small metal stool near one of the cages. I grabbed it, my hand slick with sweat, and swung it wildly behind me. It connected with something solid, and Mark grunted in pain. Stay still, he roared, but I did not. I could not. I scrambled between two stacks of cages, the metal bars cold and unforgiving against my skin. The whimpering and scratching intensified around me, a symphony of torment that fueled my terror. I could hear Mark tearing through the narrow aisles, knocking over smaller cages in his rage. The The sound of metal crashing, the distressed cries of whatever was inside it was sickening. I burst out of the cage room, stumbling back into the sterile living room. My purse was still on the floor, my phone inside. I dove for it, my fingers fumbling with the zipper. Mark was right behind me, his heavy footsteps thudding on the floor. Going somewhere, he sneered, his voice close. I finally got the phone out, my thumb flying to dial 911. But before I could even press the first digit, a hand clamped down on my wrist hard. He twisted, and the phone flew out of my hand, skittering across the polished floor. He yanked me to my feet, spinning me around to face him. His face was contorted with anger, the blood from my scratches smeared across his cheek. "You think you can just leave," he growled, his face inches from mine. "No one leaves. Not once they have seen. Not once they have been chosen." He pushed me toward the sofa. I fought him, digging my heels in, but he was too powerful. He shoved me down onto the cushions, pinning me with his body weight. His hand clamped over my mouth, stifling my scream. I could taste the metallic tang of his skin, mixed with the lingering stench from the other room. His eyes, once so kind, were now completely devoid of humanity, burning with a cold, predatory fire. As he whispered, his breath hot against my ear, "It is all right. It is going to be okay. You will understand. Eventually, you will be so much happier here. With me. With them." I thrashed, my legs kicking, my arms flailing, trying to dislodge him. But he was too heavy, too determined. I could feel his other hand reaching for something behind him, something on the coffee table. A syringe. My blood ran cold. No, not like this. I could not let this be my end. My eyes darted around, desperate. My gaze fell on the glass coffee table beside us. It was heavy, thick glass. If I could just... With a sudden, desperate surge of strength, I arched my back, throwing my full weight against him, and at the same time, I brought my knee up, slamming it into the side of the glass table. The sound was deafening. A sharp, explosive crack as the thick glass splintered and shattered, sending shards flying across the room. Mark cried out, startled, and his grip on my mouth loosened for a split second. It was all I needed. I screamed, a primal, guttural scream that tore from my lungs, and bit down hard on his hand. He roared in pain, pulling his hand away, blood welling up from my teeth marks. He staggered back, clutching his hand, his face a mask of shock and agony. I scrambled off the sofa, my legs trembling, and did not look back. I ran. I ran past the shattered coffee table, past the scattered shards of glass, toward the front door. My heart was pounding like a drum, my lungs burning. I fumbled with the locks, my fingers clumsy with terror. The doorknob twisted uselessly. He had locked it again. "You are not going anywhere," Mark yelled, his voice laced with pure rage. He was coming for me. My eyes darted to the shattered glass of the coffee table. A large, jagged shard lay on the floor near the door. Without thinking, I snatched it up, the sharp edge digging into my palm. It was not much, but it was something. He lunged at me again, his uninjured hand outstretched. I screamed, bringing the glass shard up, and plunged it into his arm, just below the shoulder. He screamed again, a raw, animalistic sound, and stumbled back, clutching the wound. Blood gushed between his fingers. This was my chance. I slammed my body against the door, rattling the locks, but they held fast. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I looked wildly around, my gaze falling on the window. It was a few stories up, but it was my only way out. Mark was recovering, his eyes fixed on me with murderous intent. "You will pay for that, you hear me? You will pay," he snarled, taking a step towards me. I did not hesitate. I grabbed a nearby chair, a minimalist metal thing, and hurled it with all my might at the window. The glass exploded outwards, showering the street below with shards. The cold night air rushed in, a welcome relief from the suffocating stench of the apartment. Before Mark could reach me, I scrambled onto the windowsill, my legs dangling precariously over the edge. I could hear his enraged roar, his heavy footsteps closing in. I did not look down. I just pushed myself out, my hands gripping the frame, and dropped. I landed hard on something soft and yielding, the impact jarring my teeth. For a moment, I lay there stunned, gasping for air. Then I realized I was on a large, overgrown bush, its branches breaking my fall. Pain shot through my ankle, but I did not care. I was out. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the searing pain in my ankle, and ran. I ran down the street, not looking back, not daring to. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs screamed in protest, until I saw the blessed sight of streetlights and other people. I flagged down the first car I saw, a bewildered couple on their way home. My clothes were torn, my hands were bleeding, my face was streaked with tears and dirt, and I was sobbing hysterically. I barely managed to choke out the words, "He has got people in cages. He is a monster." The police arrived quickly. They took my statement, try and piece together my frantic, disjointed story. They looked skeptical, of course. A dating app match, cages, tortured people. It sounded like the ravings of a madwoman. But my injuries were real. My terror was palpable, and the shattered window of apartment 3B was undeniable. They went in. I waited outside, shivering, wrapped in a blanket provided by the paramedics, watching the flashing lights, listening to the muffled shouts. I could only imagine what they were finding. The smell must have hit them like a brick wall. Eventually, an officer came out, his face pale and grim. He did not need to say anything. His eyes, wide with a horror that mirrored my own, confirmed everything. They found them. All of them. Mark, however, was gone. He had vanished into the night, leaving behind his horrific collection, his shattered apartment, and the lingering stench of unspeakable evil. The police launched a full-scale manhunt, but he was a ghost. No one had seen him leave. It was as if he had simply melted into the shadows. It has been months since that night. I am in therapy, of course. The physical wounds have healed, but the scars on my mind, those might never fade. Every shadow seems to hold a threat. Every unexpected noise sends a jolt of panic through me. I see his face in my nightmares, the charming smile twisting into that chilling grin, his eyes burning with that cold, predatory fire. Sometimes, I wonder about the people he had trapped. What happened to them? Did they survive? Were they ever truly free? And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, I swear I can still hear it. That faint, desperate scratching. That soft, guttural whimper. A chilling reminder that even in the most mundane of places, behind the most charming of smiles, true horror can lie hidden, waiting for its next victim. And I know, with a sickening certainty, that Mark is still out there, somewhere, waiting, and I will never truly be safe again. I have always been a pretty open-minded guy, at least when it comes to people. Dating apps, though, that was a different story. Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, they all felt like a lottery where the prize was usually just disappointment, or at best, a lukewarm conversation that fizzled out before you even decided on a coffee spot. I would have been on and off them for years, mostly off, convinced that real connections happened organically, not through a carefully curated profile and a swipe. But after a particularly rough patch, feeling lonely and a little desperate for anything resembling human connection, I found myself back in the digital dating pool. It was a usual routine, endless swiping. A few matches that went nowhere, the occasional awkward chat. Then I matched with her. Her profile picture was a little blurry, taken from a distance, but she had this intriguing, almost artistic vibe. Her bio was short, just a couple of lines about exploring the unseen and finding beauty in decay. Red flag, maybe, but also intriguing. I figured, why not? It was different. We started chatting, and she was surprisingly engaging. Not overly flirty, but intelligent, witty, and she seemed genuinely interested in my answers, not just waiting for her turn to speak. After a few days of back and forth, I suggested we meet up. Standard stuff: coffee, drinks, something low-key. That is when things took a turn. She wrote back almost immediately. I would love to, but I have a particular spot in mind. It is a bit unconventional, but I think you will appreciate it. Ever been to the old SD, Jude's Hospital? My stomach did a little flip. SD, Jude's. Everyone in town knew about SD, Jude's. It had been abandoned for decades, a hulking, decaying concrete beast on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by overgrown woods. Local legend had it that the place was deeply haunted, a magnet for urban explorers, vandals, and kids looking for a cheap thrill. I would never been inside, not even as a teenager. The stories alone were enough to keep me away. Whispers of strange noises, cold spots, shadows moving in the windows, even the occasional disappearance. It was the kind of place you drove past quickly, not somewhere you suggested for a first date. I stared at her message, 1,000 alarms going off in my head. This was insane. No sane person suggests an abandoned, supposedly haunted hospital for a first date. My first instinct was to politely decline, maybe suggest something else, or just unmatch. But then, that little voice, the one that always craves novelty and hates being predictable, started whispering. Unconventional, she would said, finding beauty in decay. Maybe she was an urban photographer or an artist looking for inspiration. Maybe she just had a dark sense of humor. And honestly, she was really pretty, even in that slightly blurry profile picture. And the conversation had been good, really good. I typed back, trying to sound casual. SD, Jude's, huh? That is bold. Bit of a trek. And I hear it is pretty creepy. You sure about that? Her response came quickly, a little emoji of a mischievous grin. Definitely sure. It is fascinating. And it is only creepy if you let it be. Think of it as an adventure. If you are up for it, meet me there Saturday just before sunset. We can explore a bit before it gets too dark. Sunset. That just added another layer of unsettling atmosphere. But damn it, I was hooked. The idea of telling my friends I went on a Tinder date in an abandoned hospital was either going to make me sound like a total lunatic or the most interesting person they knew. And honestly, I was tired of boring. All right, I replied, a strange mix of excitement and dread bubbling in my chest. You have convinced me. Saturday before sunset. Do not tell me you are going to jump out and scare me. No promises, she wrote back, followed by a winking emoji. The rest of the week was a blur of nervous anticipation. I did a little research on SD. Jude's, just to prepare myself. It had been built in the 1920s, a grand, imposing structure, but it closed down abruptly in the late 70s due to financial troubles and a series of mysterious deaths among patients and staff, which the official reports always chalked up to a particularly virulent strain of hospital-acquired infection. The local legends, of course, painted a much darker picture of malpractice, unethical experiments, and spirits of the tormented patients left to wander its decaying halls. Great. Saturday arrived, heavy and overcast. The air was thick and humid, promising a storm. I dressed casually, but practically jeans, a long-sleeve shirt, sturdy boots, and a powerful flashlight in my backpack. I even brought a small first aid kit, just in case. My friends, whom I would vaguely told I had a weird date, had given me skeptical looks and warnings about organ harvesting. I laughed it off, but a tiny part of me felt chill. I drove out to the hospital, the road narrowing and becoming more dilapidated the closer I got. The woods grew dense, swallowing the sunlight, and the air grew noticeably colder. SD, Jude's loomed ahead, a monstrous silhouette against the bruised purple sky. It was even more imposing than I remembered from driving past the years ago. Broken windows stared out like empty eyes. The once grand entrance now boarded up and covered in graffiti. Vines snaked up the brickwork, reclaiming the building, pulling it back into the earth. A rusted chain link fence, partially torn down in places, surrounded the property. I parked my car a little ways down the road, hidden among some trees, just in case. My heart was thumping in nervous rhythm against my ribs. What if this was a prank? What if she did not show up? What if the stories were true? I checked my phone. 5 minutes to sunset. No sign of her. I walked toward the fence, pulling out my phone to text her, but just as my thumb hovered over the screen, I heard a rustle in the undergrowth. My head snapped up. She emerged from the shadows of the trees, a slight figure dressed in dark clothing, her face framed by dark, wavy hair. She was not blurry in person, she was striking. Piercing green eyes, a pale complexion, and a smile that was both beautiful and a little unsettling, like a secret she was not quite sharing. She looked younger than I expected, maybe mid-20s. "You came," she said, her voice soft but clear, carrying easily in the still air. There was a hint of amusement in her tone. "You said it was an adventure." I replied, try to sound more confident than I felt. "I am a man of my word." She laughed, a low, melodic sound that seemed to echo slightly in the quiet. "Good. I like that. I am Alex, by the way." "I am Mark," I said, extending a hand. Her grip was surprisingly cold, and her fingers were long and slender. "Shall we?" She gestured towards a section of the fence where the wire had been peeled back, revealing a narrow opening. My flashlight was already in my hand. "Lead the way." We squeezed through the fence and made our way through the overgrown weeds and broken concrete towards a side entrance where a section of a boarded-up window had been pried open. The air immediately grew colder, carrying a faint, musty scent of decay, dust, and something metallic like old blood. "Be careful," Alex whispered, her voice barely audible. "The floors can be tricky, and there are holes everywhere." She slipped through the opening with practiced ease. I followed, ducking my head, and found myself in a dark, cavernous hallway. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, revealing peeling paint, cracked plaster, and an unsettling stillness. Dust motes danced in the light, thick as fog. "So," I said, trying to break the oppressive silence, "what is the appeal of a place like this?" Alex turned, her eyes reflecting my flashlight beam, making them glow. "It is history, Mark. Untouched, raw history. Every crack in the wall, every rusted gurney tells a story. And it is beautiful in its own way to see nature reclaiming something man built with such ambition." I nodded, trying to see it through her eyes, but all I felt was a creeping sense of unease. The shadows seemed to lengthen, to twist into unsettling shapes. The air was heavy, as if the walls themselves were breathing. We moved slowly through what looked like an old waiting area. Chairs were overturned. Patient files scattered across the floor, their contents faded and yellowed. I picked one up, a child's drawing of a sun and a stick figure. A chill went down my spine. This place was not just abandoned, it was left. Like everyone just vanished. "They say this place is haunted." I ventured, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. Alex smiled, a knowing, almost mischievous grin. "They say a lot of things. What do you believe?" "Mark, I do not know." I admitted I have never really encountered anything supernatural. But being in here, it definitely feels heavy. We explored the first floor, moving from room to room. Old patient rooms, stripped of most furniture, but with the ghostly outlines of beds still visible on the grimy floors. A nurse's station, its counter covered in medical charts, and a rusted typewriter. The operating theater, a truly disturbing sight, with a single massive overhead light fixture dangling precariously, and what looked like dried, dark stains on the floor. I tried not to think about what those stains might be. Alex seemed completely at home, her movements fluid and confident. She did not flinch at the creaks and groans of the old building or the sudden clatter of something falling in a distant room. She pointed out interesting details, like a faded mural in a children's ward or a particularly intricate piece of tile work. She seemed to know the layout surprisingly well. "Have you been here before?" I asked, trying to keep my tone casual. "A few times," she replied, her gaze distant, as if remembering something. "It is a special place." As we ventured deeper, the light from outside faded completely, plunging us into absolute darkness save for my flashlight. The air grew colder, and I could swear I heard faint whispers, like distant voices murmuring just beyond the reach of my hearing. I kept shining my light into every shadow, half expecting to see something. We came to a stairwell, its banister long gone, the steps crumbling. Alex started to ascend without hesitation. "Let's check out the upper floors. The views from the roof are incredible." "The roof?" I asked, my voice betraying my hesitation. "Is that even safe?" "As safe as anything else in here," she said, glancing back at me, her green eyes glinting in the dark. "Do not tell me you are getting cold feet." "Mark." Her challenge was enough. I followed her up, my boots kicking up dust with every step. The whispers seemed to intensify on the second floor, a cacophony of hushed tones, like 100 conversations happening just out of sight. I felt a distinct pressure on my chest, a sense of being watched. We found ourselves in what looked like a psychiatric ward. The rooms here were smaller, with reinforced doors and tiny, barred windows. Some of the walls had scratch marks, deep gouges that looked like they would have been made by desperate fingernails. In one room, a single rusted bed frame stood in the center, and on the wall above it, a chilling message was scrawled in what looked like dried blood they never leave. I felt a genuine wave of nausea. "Alex, this is too much. I think we should go." She turned to me, her expression unreadable in the dim light. "Too much. We're just getting started. Mark, do not you feel it? The energy in here. It is electric. I feel it," I said, my voice tight, "and it is terrifying. This is not fun anymore." Suddenly, a door at the end of the hallway, one that had been firmly shut, creaked open slowly, revealing a sliver of inky blackness. A gust of icy wind swept through the corridor, carried with it a pungent smell of decay, stronger than anything I had smelled so far. My heart hammered. "What was that?" Alex did not answer immediately. She just stared at the open door, a strange, almost serene look on her face. "It is inviting us," she whispered. "No, it is not," I retorted, grabbing her arm. Her skin was still unnervingly cold. "That is a sign to get the hell out of here." I tried to pull her back towards the stairs, but she resisted, her grip surprisingly strong. "Mark, wait. This is important." "What is important?" "Alex, getting trapped in here. Getting murdered by whatever's making those noises." My voice was rising, my fear overriding any attempt at coolness. A low moan echoed from the open doorway, a sound that was undeniably human, yet utterly distorted, like a voice crying from the bottom of a well. My flashlight beam wavered, and I could feel my hand trembling. "We need to see what is in there," Alex insisted, her eyes wide, fixed on the darkness. "It is calling to us." "No, it is not calling to us. It is calling to you." I stammered, my mind racing. This was not just urban exploration. This was something else. Her fascination was not normal. "Why are you so drawn to this place?" She finally turned to me, her smile gone, replaced by an intense, almost predatory gaze. "Because this is where I belong, Mark. And soon, it is where you will belong too." Before I could react, she broke free of my grasp and sprinted towards the open door. "Alex, no," I yelled, my voice cracking. I chased after her, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly. The doorway led into an even darker corridor, the air thick with a cloying sweetness that made my head spin. I stumbled, my foot catching on something in the dark. As I fell, my flashlight flew from my hand, clattering to the floor and rolling away, its beam dying out, plunging me into absolute, suffocating blackness. Panic seized me. I was blind, disoriented, and completely alone in a haunted hospital with a woman who had just revealed a truly terrifying side. Alex. I screamed, my voice echoing back at me, swallowed by the oppressive darkness. I scrambled on my hands and knees, trying to find my flashlight, my hands brushing against cold, damp concrete, something sharp and metallic, and then something soft and yielding that made me recoil in disgust. The smell of decay was overpowering now, mixed with that sickly sweet scent. Then, I heard her voice, closer than I expected, whispering, but not to me. It sounded like she was talking to someone else, or something. Her voice was laced with an almost ecstatic reverence. He is here. He finally came back. Just like you said he would. My blood ran cold. He. Who was she talking about? And what did she mean, came back? A low, guttural growl answered her, a sound that vibrated through floorboards and deep into my bones. It was not human. It was ancient, primal, and filled with malevolence. I froze, barely daring to breathe. My eyes were useless in the absolute blackness, but my other senses were on high alert. I could hear Alex's footsteps, not retreating, but moving deeper into the darkness, towards that growl. No, Alex, please. I pleaded, my voice a desperate croak. What are you doing? Who is that? It is okay. Mark. Her voice drifted back, eerily calm, almost joyful. He has been waiting for you. We all have. We all have. The words chill me to the bone. Then a faint, flickering light appeared in the distance, a sickly green glow that pulsed rhythmically. As it grew closer, I could make out a shape, indistinct at first, then slowly resolving into something monstrous. It was impossibly tall, gaunt, with long, spindly limbs that seemed to stretch and contort. Its head was too small for its body, and its eyes were two glowing green orbs that burned with an unholy light. And it was moving towards me, slowly, deliberately. My heart felt like it was going to explode through my chest. This was not some urban legend. This was real. And Alex was part of it. I tried to stand, to run, but my legs would not obey. I was paralyzed by terror, caught in the green glow of the creature's eyes. It was getting closer, and I could hear its ragged, wet breathing like a dying animal. The air around it grew impossibly cold, and I could smell that metallic, blood-like scent far more strongly now. Then, Alex stepped into the green light, standing beside the creature, her hand resting on its skeletal arm. Her face was illuminated, and I saw a smile that was not human, a wide, terrifying grin that stretched her lips too far, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. Her green eyes, now reflecting the creature's glow, looked exactly like its own. He is perfect, is not he. She purred, her voice no longer soft, but raspy and ancient, like dry leaves scraping together. Just like the others. Young, strong, full of life. The creature let out another low growl, and then, to my horror, it began to speak, its voice a deep, resonant rumble that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was a chorus of voices, whispering and hissing, overlapping and intertwining, all saying the same thing. Welcome home, Mark. I finally found my voice, a desperate, guttural scream. No, get away from me. What are you? Alex laughed, a chilling, echoing sound that filled the corridor. We are Esty, Judes, Mark. We are the ones who never leave. And now, you are one of us. As she spoke, the creature reached out a long, bony hand, its fingers like talons and its green eyes fixed on me. I tried to back away, to crawl, to do anything, but I was rooted to the spot. The other voices, the whispers I had heard earlier, now swelled into a deafening roar, surrounding me, pressing it on me from all sides. I could feel unseen hands grasping at my clothes, pulling at my hair. The creature's hand touched my forehead. It was ice cold, and a searing pain erupted through my skull, as if an electric current was being forced through my brain. My vision blurred, the green light pulsating violently, and I could hear Alex's laughter growing louder, more triumphant. Images flashed through my mind: forgotten patients in their beds, doctors with vacant eyes, nurses performing unspeakable acts. I saw the hospital in its heyday, then its decay, and then something else. Something ancient and malevolent that had always resided here, feeding on the pain and fear. It was not just haunted, it was alive. And Alex, the woman from Tinder, was not just a date. She was a lure, a gatekeeper, or perhaps another victim, now twisted into something else entirely. The pain intensified, ripping through my consciousness, tearing at the edges of my sanity. I could feel myself being pulled apart, my essence dissolving, merging with the cold, the decay, the ancient hunger of SD. Jews. My body convulsed, my scream dying in my throat, replaced by a gurgling gasp. The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me completely was Alex's face, still smiling that wide, inhuman smile, her eyes glowing with that same sickly green light. And behind her, the creature, its form now indistinct, a part of the shadows, a part of the hospital itself. Its voice, or rather, the chorus of voices, echoed one final message in my rapidly fading mind. Another one to stay forever. And then there was nothing. No light, no sound, no sensation. Just the cold, the decay, and the profound, unending silence of SD. Jude's. I was here now. I was home, and I would never leave. The hum of my old sedan was the only thing keeping me company, a monotonous drone that had been my soundtrack for the last 7 hours. The highway was a black ribbon unspooling under skies so vast and starred, thus it felt like a special effect. I would have been driving since noon, pushing through 3 states, fueled by lukewarm coffee and the desperate need to outrun a bad memory. My stomach, however, was starting to stage a rebellion. I had not eaten anything substantial since a sad gas station hot dog somewhere in Ohio, and the thought of another granola bar made my teeth ache. Just when I was starting to think I would have to settle for whatever questionable fare the next truck stop offered, a splash of neon cut through the inky blackness ahead. It was one of those old school signs, half its letters burnt out, but the remaining ones glowed with a comforting, flickering promise: the Oasis Diner open 247, a beacon in the desolate expanse. My shoulders, stiff from gripping the wheel, relax a fraction. A real diner. Maybe some actual food, a bottomless cup of coffee, and a brief reprieve from the endless road. I pulled off the exit, the gravel crunching under my tires, and parked in the mostly empty lot. Only 2 other cars, both older models, sat silently, coated in a fine layer of dust. The diner itself was a classic roadside joint, a long, rectangular building with a worn-out facade, big picture windows, and a perpetually foggy glass door. It looked like it had been plucked straight out of a forgotten movie from the 70s. Perfect. Pushing open a heavy glass door, a little bell above my head jingled, announcing my arrival. The air inside was thick with the scent of stale coffee, frying grease, and something vaguely metallic, like old pennies. It was not unpleasant, just heavy. My eyes, accustomed to the darkness outside, took a moment to adjust to the dim, yellowish glow cast by fluorescent tubes that hummed overhead. The diner was surprisingly full for one in the middle of nowhere, pushing midnight. Every booth and stool at the long counter seemed occupied. I scanned the room, looking for an empty spot, and that is when I noticed it. Or rather, them. Every single person in the diner was looking at me. It was not a quick glance, the kind you get when a newcomer enters a quiet place. This was different. Their heads were all turned, their bodies angled towards the door, and their eyes were fixed on me with an unnerving intensity. It felt less like curiosity and more like observation, like I was a specimen under a microscope. I felt a prickle of unease. Okay, weird. Maybe they did not get many strangers out here. I offered a tentative, slightly awkward smile, hoping to break the spell. No one smiled back. No one even shifted. Their faces remained utterly still, their expressions bland, almost vacant. I cleared my throat and walked toward the counter, trying to act casual, as if being silently scrutinized by a room full of strangers was an everyday occurrence. My eyes darted around, trying to find a normal face, someone who might break the stare, maybe even offer a friendly nod. Nothing. A man in a booth by the window, his back ramrod straight, held a half-eaten burger in one hand, his gaze unwavering. A woman across from him, sipping from a milkshake, her straw still in her mouth, stared over the rim of her glass. Even the guy at the counter, hunched over a plate of what looked like scrambled eggs, had his head turned, his eyes locked onto me. It was the eyes. That was the really unsettling part. They were not just staring, they were not blinking. Not a single one of them. Their gazes were unwavering, unmoving, like painted eyes on a portrait. My heart started to thud a little harder against my ribs. This was beyond weird. This was creepy. Just one, a voice asked, startling me. I spun around to see a woman standing behind the counter. She was older, maybe late 50s, with tired eyes, a name tag that read Betty, and hair pulled back in a neat bun. Her uniform, a faded pink, looked like it had seen better days. She held a pad and pencil, her posture slightly slumped, but her expression was perfectly neutral. She did not seem to be staring at me with the same intensity as the others, but her eyes, though they blinked, held a peculiar flatness. Yeah, I managed, trying to sound normal. Just me. Is there an open booth? Betty gestured with her pencil towards a booth tucked away in the back, near the restrooms. Help yourself, honey. I will be right over. I nodded, grateful for the small reprieve from the direct spotlight, and made my way to the booth. As I walked, I could feel the collective gaze pivot, following my every step. It was like walking through a gauntlet of silent, unblinking judgment. My skin crawled. I could feel the hairs on my arms, standing on end. I slid into the booth, sinking back against the worn vinyl. The table felt sticky under my palm. I pulled out my phone, pretending to check messages, anything to avoid looking up, but the screen felt cold and useless in my hand. The silence in the diner was profound. No clinking of cutlery, no murmur of conversation, no rustle of newspapers. Just a low hum of the fluorescent lights in the distant. Almost imperceptible whir of the refrigerator behind the counter. It was the kind of silence that pressed on you, that made you acutely aware of your own breathing, your own heartbeat. A few seconds later, Betty appeared at my table, her pad and pencil ready. What can I get for you? Han. Her voice was flat, devoid of warmth, but not unkind. I looked up at her, forcing a smile. Coffee, black to start. And do you have a menu? She pointed to a laminated sheet propped up between the salt and pepper shakers. It is all there. She did not move, just stood patiently, waiting. I picked up the menu, my eyes scanning the familiar diner fare burgers, fries, omelets, pancakes. Nothing out of the ordinary. I glanced up at Betty, then around the room. The stares had not let up. They were still there, unwavering. Is everything okay? I asked Betty, my voice dropping to a near whisper. Everyone's awfully quiet tonight. Betty's expression did not change. Her eyes, those flat, tired eyes, met mine. It is always quiet. Honey, folks like to keep to themselves here. I frowned, but they are all staring. At me, she gave a small, almost imperceptible shrug. They are just curious. Do not get many new faces in these parts. Her explanation felt flimsy, unsatisfying. They are not blinking. I blurted out, the observation finally escaping my lips. Betty's eyes widened fractionally, a flicker of something I could not quite place a prize. Recognition, before returning, to their usual flatness. Some folks just have a strong gaze. I guess, what'll it be for dinner? She was not going to acknowledge it. She was deflecting. My unease solidified into genuine fear. This was not normal. None of this was normal. I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry. Just a cheeseburger, medium rare, with fries. And that coffee. Betty scribbled it down, then turned and walked back to the counter, disappearing through a swinging door into the kitchen. As she left, I risked another glance around the room. The stairs were still there, unblinking, unmoving. It was like being in a wax museum, except the exhibits were alive, and they were all watching me. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some kind of local game, a prank, but the atmosphere was too heavy, too serious for a joke. There was a palpable sense of something ancient and unyielding in the air. I pulled out my phone again, this time determined to do something with it. I opened my browser, typed weird diner stories into the search bar, then hesitated. What if they could see what I was doing? What if they somehow knew? The thought was absurd, but it felt real in that moment. I quickly closed the browser. The minutes dragged on, each one feeling like an hour. I felt a growing pressure behind my own eyes, an almost irresistible urge to stop blinking, to join them in their unsettling vigil. I forced myself to blink, to look away, to rub my eyes. But every time I looked back, their gazes were still there, unyielding. My coffee arrived first, a steaming mug placed gently on the table by Betty. "Bird will be out in a few," she said, her voice still flat. She did not linger, just moved on to wipe down the counter a few feet away, her movement slow and deliberate. I took a gulp of coffee. It was hot and strong, exactly what I needed, but it did little to calm my racing heart. I watched Betty as she wiped the counter, her movements almost mechanical. She did not look at the patrons, did not seem to acknowledge their presence, even though they were all still staring at me. It was as if she was oblivious to the strange tableau, or perhaps she was simply used to it. My burger and fries arrived a few minutes later, looking perfectly normal. A thick patty, melted cheese, crisp lettuce and tomato, a generous pile of golden fries. Under any other circumstances, I would have devoured it. But under the unblinking gaze of everyone in the room, it looked utterly unappetizing. It felt like I was being watched by a pack of predators, and the food was just a prop in their game. I picked up a fry, my hand trembling slightly, and took a bite. It tasted like cardboard. My throat felt constricted. I could not eat. I could not swallow. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to get up and run. But something held me there. A strange, heavy inertia, a morbid curiosity, and a growing fear that if I did try to leave, something worse might happen. What would they do? Would they follow? Would they break their silence? The unknown was paralyzing. I put the fry down and just sat there, my hands clasped tightly in my lap, trying to breathe normally. The silence was deafening now. I could hear the faint buzzing in my ears, the frantic rhythm of my own pulse. I risked another glance around the room. The man with the burger still held it, untouched. The woman with the milkshake still had the straw in her mouth. The liquid level unchanged. The guy with the scrambled eggs had not moved a muscle. They were all frozen, perfectly still, their eyes like glass marbles. Then, I noticed something else. Their clothes. They were not exactly old-fashioned, but they were definitely out of style, like something from a few decades ago. Not vintage, just forgotten. Their hair, too, seemed oddly coiffed, a little too perfect, a little too stiff. It was like they were all characters from forgotten play, waiting for their cue. A chilling thought wormed its way into my mind. Were they even alive? No, that is crazy. I told myself. They are breathing. Are not they? I strained my eyes, try and catch the subtle rise and fall of the chest, any sign of life beyond the unwavering stare. It was hard to tell in the dim light, but I could not discern any movement. Not a single one, except for their eyes. Their eyes followed me. Slowly, imperceptibly, their heads would turn, their gazes tracking my every micro movement. It was horrifying. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to test them, to shout, to throw something, to scream. But the words died in my throat, choked by fear. What if they reacted? What if they all reacted? The thought of that many unblinking eyes suddenly shifting, moving, coming towards me, was enough to keep me rooted to the spot. My own eyes started to burn. The pressure behind them intensified. I felt a strange dryness, an uncomfortable pull. I forced myself to blink, again and again, but it felt less and less natural. It was like my eyelids were growing heavy, my muscles refusing to cooperate. I tried to focus on something else. Anything else? The checkered floor. The framed photos of old movie stars on the wall, their smiles frozen in time. The reflection in the window beside my booth. And that is when I saw it. My reflection. It was faint, distorted by the grime on the glass, but it was unmistakably me. My face, pale and drawn, eyes wide with terror. And my eyes, they were not blinking. A cold, electric shock ran through my entire body, freezing me in place. I stared at my reflection, mesmerized by the horrifying truth. I was looking directly at my own image, and my eyes were fixed, unmoving. I tried to blink, really tried, but it felt like my eyelids were glued open. A wave of panic, cold and absolute, washed over me. No, this could not be happening. I tore my gaze away from the window, my head snapping back towards the room. I looked at the patrons again, their unblinking eyes still fixed on me. But now, in the horrifying light of my own discovery, I saw something else. A subtle shift, a collective, almost imperceptible tilt of their heads, a new intensity in their stares. It was not just observation anymore. It was recognition. They knew I had stopped blinking. A strange, numb calmness began to settle over me, chilling me to the bone. The panic, though still there, was now overlaid with a profound sense of inevitability. I felt a strained connection to them, a horrifying kinship. My dry, burning eyes met theirs, and in their vacant depths, I saw a reflection of my own new reality. The silence in the diner seemed to deepen, if that were even possible. The hum of the lights, the whir of the refrigerator, even a frantic thumping of my own heart, all faded into an indistinct background noise. All that remained was a silent language of unblinking eyes. I tried to move my hand, to reach for my coffee, but my muscles felt stiff, unresponsive. My body felt heavy, rooted to the booth. I was trapped not by chains or physical restraints, but by something far more insidious. Something that had seeped into my very being, altering me from the inside out. Then a faint sound, like a tiny click, broke the oppressive silence. It was Betty. She was standing by the swinging kitchen door, looking at me. Her flat eyes, which had blinked before, were now wide and unmoving, just like everyone else's. And then, slowly, a thin, almost invisible smile stretched across her lips. It was a smile devoid of joy or humor or warmth. It was a smile of welcome. And in that moment, I understood what meets his match truly. Man, this was not a diner. It was a threshold, a waiting room. And I was not just a customer, I was the next arrival, the next one to join their silent ranks. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was tight, paralyzed. My eyes burned, but I could not close them. I was one of them now, a silent, unblinking sentinel, forever observing, forever waiting. A new sound, faint at first, then growing louder, broke through the heavy silence. The crunch of tires on gravel outside, the distant slam of a car door, the jingle of the bell above the entrance. Someone new was coming in. A wave of strange, cold energy coursed through me. My head slowly, almost imperceptibly, turned towards a door. My eyes, dry and unblinking, fixed on the entrance. A man walked in, looking tired, his shoulders slumped from a long drive. He scanned the room, a hopeful, hungry expression on his face. And as he did, a new, almost imperceptible tilt of heads rippled through the diner, mine included. My gaze, just like all the others, locked onto him. My Chloe, soon, still beautiful. Chloe, soon, he had found me. No, wait, that was the previous story. This is a new story. My gaze, just like all the others, locked onto him. I felt no emotion, no thought, just a cold, unwavering focus. I was part of the collective now, part of the oasis. The man stood there, just inside the door, looking around, a tentative, slightly awkward smile on his face. He offered a tentative smile, hoping to break the spell. No one smiled back. No one even shifted. Their faces remained utterly still, their expressions bland, almost vacant. My eyes, now completely devoid of my own will, were fixed on him. My new self, this silent observer, felt a strange, cold satisfaction. Another one, another soul for the oasis. I did not blink. None of us did. We just watched, waiting for him to take his place, to join our silent vigil. The cycle continued endlessly in the dim, stale air of the oasis diner, under the unblinking gaze of those who had passed through its doors and never truly left. And I, Mark, was now one of them, forever bound to this place, forever watching, forever waiting for the next tired traveler to walk through that door and meet their match. I always considered myself a level-headed person, not one to believe in anything without solid evidence. My biggest anxieties were usually about work or my succulents. But then, I matched with Mark on Tinder. He seemed perfect, handsome, witty, and charming. After a week of effortless conversation, we planned our first date. A few days before, while doing a quick profile refresh, I saw the tattoo on his bicep. My name, Sophia. My mind reeled. I tried to rationalize either coincidence, but a creeping unease settled in. Despite my growing dread, a morbid curiosity compelled me to go on the date. Mark was even more charming in person, but when I subtly asked about tattoos, he became evasive. His deflection confirmed my fears. Fueled by a potent mix of terror and obsession, I became a digital detective. I scoured the internet, eventually unearthing an old Flickr account. There, I saw the full horror. His entire arm was a grotesque mosaic of names and dates. My name was among them, alongside others like Chloe, Jessica, and Emily, names I soon discovered were linked to missing persons and suspicious disappearances. I was on his list. Panic seized me. I blocked him everywhere, but he started sending chilling messages, proving he was watching me, knew my routines, even my apartment. The police offered little help. When he messaged, knowing I was packing to flee and was outside my door, I bolted. Now, I am hundreds of miles away at my sister's, having changed my number and erased my online presence. But I am not free. The image of that tattooed list, with my name etched onto his skin, haunts me. I live in constant fear, always looking over my shoulder, forever changed by the nightmare that began with a simple right swipe. I know that some horrors do not need a name on a bicep to find you. Some horrors just need a wrong turn, a bit of trust, and a road that simply does not exist. Let me tell you about Alex. Or, rather, let me tell you about what happened to Alex, because after everything, I am not sure he is the same Alex anymore. He was a friend of a friend, a quiet guy, a little too trusting for his own good. He worked a boring desk job, spent his evenings reading sci-fi novels, and like so many of us, tried his luck with online dating. He told me this story months after it happened, his voice flat, his eyes distant, like he was recounting a dream he could not quite shake. He said he needed to tell someone, needed to get it out, even if no one believed him. And after what I had been through, I believed every chilling word. It started, as these things often do, with a swipe. He matched with a woman named Chloe. Yeah, Chloe. The name alone sent a shiver down my spine, but Alex did not know about my own personal nightmare. He just saw a pretty face, a witty bio, and a shared love for obscure indie films. They messaged back and forth for a week, and he found her charming, intelligent, and a little bit quirky in a good way, he thought. She suggested their first date be something different. Not dinner, not drinks. She wanted to take him on a drive, to a hidden spot she knew, a place perfect for stargazing just outside the city. It was a bit unusual, maybe a little forward for a first date, but Alex was intrigued. He liked the idea of an adventure, a break from a usual routine. He figured worst case, it was a long drive with a boring conversationalist. Best case, a memorable night. He had no idea just how memorable it would become. The evening of the date, Chloe pulled up in a sleek, dark sedan. It was not fancy, but it looked well maintained, almost unervingly clean. She was even prettier in person, with long, dark hair that framed a delicate face, and eyes that seemed to sparkle even in the dim twilight. She greeted him with a warm smile, and Alex felt a flutter of excitement. This could be it, he thought. This could be the one. They talked easily as she navigated through the city streets, heading north. The conversation flowed, light and engaging. She asked about his job, his hobbies, his dreams. She laughed at his jokes, and he found himself genuinely enjoying her company. Soon, the city lights began to thin out, replaced by the darker silhouettes of trees and the occasional distant farmhouse. The road they were on was familiar, at first the main highway leading out of town. Alex had driven it countless times. Then, Chloe took an exit he did not recognize. Shortcut, she said, glancing at him with that same sparkling gaze. Trust me, it shaves off 20 minutes, and the view is incredible once we get there. Alex shrugged, a little surprised but not alarmed. All right, lead the way. He figured it was just a local secret, a back road he would never bother to explore. The road she turned onto was initially paved, though narrower than the highway. Streetlights were sparser here, casting long, dancing shadows from the encroaching trees. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. It was peaceful, almost idyllic. After about 10 minutes, the pavement ended abruptly, giving way to a gravel road. The car bumped gently, sending small stones skittering. Almost there, Chloe chirped, her hand steady on the wheel. Alex felt a slight shift in his mood. The peacefulness was starting to feel a little too quiet. His phone, which had been resting in the cup holder, suddenly showed no service. He frowned. Lost signal. Oh, it does that out here, Chloe said, without looking at him. Her voice was still light, but it felt a little too unaffected. It is part of the charm. No distractions. He tried to dismiss the flicker of unease. Rural areas often had spotty reception. It was not a big deal. But then he noticed something else. The gravel road continued, winding deeper into what was now a dense forest. He had not seen another car, another house, another anything, for at least 15 minutes. The trees on either side were tall, ancient-looking, their branches interwoven overhead, creating a tunnel of shadows. The moonlight, when it managed to pierce through, cast eerie patterns on the forest floor. Alex decided to check his GPS, just to get a sense of where they were. He pulled out his phone, opened his map app. The blue indicated his location, was stubbornly stuck on the last known paved road, at the point where Chloe had turned off. He zoomed out, then zoomed in, trying to force it to refresh. Nothing. The screen just showed the main highway, and then empty green space where their current road should have been. That is weird, he mumbled mostly to himself. My map is not showing this road. Chloe chuckled, a soft, almost tinkling sound. Oh, this road is not on maps. It is an old logging trail. Private, mostly. Only the locals know about it. A cold knot began to form in Alex's stomach. An old logging trail. Private. That did not sit right. Why would a first date involve driving down an unmapped, private logging trail in the middle of nowhere? He tried to rationalize it again. Maybe it was so private, so old, that it just had not been digitized. It was not unheard of. But the knot persisted, tightening with each bump of the car. He looked around, trying to spot any familiar landmark, anything that could orient him. But the trees were relentless, an endless, dark wall on either side. He had not seen a road sign, a mile marker, anything for what felt like an eternity. The air inside the car felt suddenly heavy, stagnant. So, what is this place called exactly? Alex asked, trying to keep his voice casual, but he could hear the slight tremor in it. Chloe smiled, a wide, almost too perfect smile. Her eyes seemed to catch the faint light from the dashboard, glinting. Oh, it does not really have a name. We just call it the path. The path. Not the stargazing spot, not the overlook, but the path. The word hung in the air, oddly ominous. Alex's mind raced. He tried to remember if he would told anyone where he was going. No, he had not. He would just said he had a date. He had not even mentioned Chloe's name to anyone. A wave of regret, sharp and chilling, washed over him. He was alone, in a car with a stranger, on a road that did not exist, with no phone signal. He glanced at Chloe. Her profile was serene, almost angelic, as she stared straight ahead at the road. But there was something in her posture, a rigidity, that had not been there before. Her hands gripped the steering wheel a little too tightly, her knuckles white. "Hey, Chloe," he said, trying a different tack. "I am actually feeling a little carsick. Could we maybe turn around and find somewhere else? Or just pull over for a bit?" Her smile did not waver, but her eyes, when she finally looked at him, were devoid of their earlier sparkle. They were just dark, fathomless. "Oh, but we are almost there. Alex, it would be such a shame to turn back now. You will love it. I promise." Her voice was still soft, but it held an undercurrent of something that made his blood run cold. It was not persuasion. It was certainty. An unyielding, absolute certainty. He tried to open the car door. It was locked. He tried the passenger side. Also locked. He pulled on the handle harder, a frantic, desperate tug. "Chloe, unlock the doors," he demanded, his voice rising. She finally looked at him fully, her head tilting slightly. The smile was gone. Her face was blank, expressionless. "Alex," she said, her voice flat, "do not be silly. We are on a date." The way she said date made it sound like a sentence. Panic, raw and visceral, clawed its way up his throat. He looked out the window again. The trees seemed to press closer, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for the car. He swore he saw movement in the deeper shadows, something tall and thin, but it was gone before he could focus. The air outside felt colder, heavier, and he could almost hear a faint, distant hum, like a forgotten machine deep within the earth. He tried to reason with her again, to appeal to her, but her face remained a mask. He could see his reflection in the window, distorted and terrified, a stranger staring back at him. He felt utterly helpless, trapped. The car continued its relentless journey. The gravel road had given way to something even less defined now, more like two muddy ruts carved into forest floor. The forest itself was changing. The trees were no longer healthy, vibrant pines. They were gnarled, twisted things, their bark peeling like old skin, their branches bare and claw-like, even though it was not winter. The leaves on the ground were a sickly, brownish black, and the air was thick with strange, sweet, decaying smell. Alex's breath hitched in his throat. He looked at the dashboard clock. They had been driving for over an hour since leaving the main road. An hour on a non-existent path. Where the hell were they? Suddenly, the trees parted slightly, revealing a clearing, But it was not a clearing for stargazing. It was a wasteland. The ground was barren, cracked earth, devoid of any vegetation. In the center, a single ancient, impossibly tall tree stood, its trunk like petrified bone, its branches reaching skyward like a twisted, desperate plea. And beneath it, arranged in a rough circle, were what looked like stones. Not natural stones, but carved, rough-hewn pillars, each one about the height of a man. They looked like ancient, forgotten markers. Chloe brought the car to a smooth stop at the edge of this desolate clearing. The engine purred for a moment. Then she cut it, plunging him into an unnerving silence. The only sound was a faint rustling of the dead leaves outside and the frantic pounding of Alex's heart. "We are here," Chloe said, turning to him. Her eyes were wide, glittering with an unsettling excitement. That beautiful, charming smile was back, but now it was a predator's smile. Is not it beautiful? Alex stared at the scene before him, his mind struggling to process the horror. The air here was heavy, buzzing with an almost electrical charge. He could feel it on his skin, a prickling sensation. The carved stones in the clearing seemed to pulsate with a faint, internal light, a dull, sickly green. "What is this place?" he whispered, his voice hoarse. Chloe reached out, and for a terrifying moment, he thought she was going to touch him, but her hand went past him to the glove compartment. She pulled out a small, ornate wooden box. It looked old, intricately carved with symbols Alex did not recognize, but which felt deeply wrong, ancient and malevolent. "This is where the path ends." "Alex," she said, her voice now a low, melodic hum that sent shivers down his spine. "This is where the veil is thin." She opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of dark velvet, was a single, wicked-looking silver dagger. The blade seemed to absorb the faint light, gleaming with a cold, hungry luminescence. Alex scrambled, throwing himself against the passenger door, kicking at the lock mechanism. He screamed, a raw, primal sound that was swallowed almost immediately by the dense, silent forest. Chloe did not react to his terror. She just looked at the dagger, her eyes glazed over with a strange reverence. "They have been waiting for you. Alex, they have been waiting for someone like you." "Who?" He choked out, his voice cracking. "Who is waiting?" She finally looked at him, her smile widening into something grotesque, revealing teeth that seemed a little too long, a little too sharp. Her eyes were no longer human. They were black, bottomless pools reflecting nothing but the green glow from the standing stones. The ones who built the path, of course. The ones who keep it hidden. In a flash of desperate adrenaline, Alex lunged. He did not know what he was doing, only that he had to get out, had to fight. He grabbed at the dagger, trying to wrench it from her hand. His fingers brushed against the cold metal, and a searing pain shot through his hand. He felt a sharp cut, and his blood welled up dark against the silver. Chloe hissed, a sound that was not human, and recoiled slightly. The dagger clattered to the floor of the car. The small distraction was all Alex needed. With a desperate heave, he slammed his shoulder against the door. The old car, or maybe the ancient magic of the place, gave way. The lock mechanism groaned, strained, and then with a sickening crack, the door burst open. He tumbled out, hitting the hard, barren ground with painful thud. He scrambled to his feet, his heart hammering against his ribs, his hand throbbing. He did not look back at Chloe, did not look at the clearing. He just ran. He ran blindly, crashing through the undergrowth, tripping over gnarled roots, his lungs burning. He did not know which way was back, which way was safety. He just ran away from the clearing, away from Chloe, away from the impossible, glowing stones. The decaying smell seemed to follow him, clinging to him. He could hear sounds now, not just a rustling of leaves, but faint, skittering noises, a low, guttural breathing that seemed to emanate from the very trees themselves. He pushed through a thicket of thorns, tearing his clothes and scratching his skin, but he barely registered the pain. His mind was a maelstrom of terror. He did not know what Chloe was, or what they were, but he knew with absolute certainty that he was not meant to leave this place alive. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only minutes, he burst out of the dense, twisted forest and found himself on a gravel road. It was still dark, but the air felt subtly different here, less oppressive. He looked back. The monstrous trees of the clearing had vanished, replaced by what looked like a normal, though very dark, forest. He could no longer hear the strange sounds or feel the buzzing on his skin. He did not stop. He ran down the gravel road, praying it was the one Chloe had taken. He ran until his legs gave out, until he collapsed, gasping for air, clutching his bleeding hand. He lay there for a long time, shivering, staring up at the sliver of moon visible through the branches. The silence here was still profound, but it was a natural silence, not the suffocating stillness of clearing. Eventually, he pushed himself up. He was disoriented, covered in mud and scratches, his clothes torn. But he was alive. He started walking, stumbling, trying to orient himself. After what felt like hours, he saw a faint glow in the distance. Streetlights. He had made it back to a paved road. He walked until he reached the first gas station he saw, its fluorescent lights a beacon of normalcy. He burst inside, wild-eyed and shaking. The clerk, a tired-looking teenager, stared at him, alarmed. Alex tried to explain, to tell him about Chloe, the unmapped road, the clearing, the dagger, but the words tumbled out incoherently, punctuated by gasps and shivers. The clerk just backed away slowly, reaching for his phone. The police arrived. They listened to his story with polite skepticism. They checked his hand, bandaged the cut. They took him back to the area he described, but found nothing. No gravel road turning off the highway in that particular spot. No strange forest. No clearing. Just dense, unremarkable woods. They drove him home, advising him to get some rest, maybe see a doctor for his stress. They logged it as a possible attempted robbery, but clearly did not believe the rest. Alex never saw Chloe again. He tried to search for her online, but her profile was gone, as if she had never existed. He went back to the area, again and again, in broad daylight, armed with maps and GPS. He walked for miles through the woods, desperately searching for the turnoff, for the gravel path, for anything that would confirm what he had experienced. But there was nothing, just trees and more trees and the familiar highway. To this day, Alex checks every single road he drives down on his map, sometimes obsessively. He avoids rural areas, avoids anything that looks like a shortcut. He has changed his phone number, deleted all his dating apps, and rarely leaves his apartment after dark. He says he can still smell that sickly sweet decay sometimes, especially when the wind blows just right. He still wakes up in a cold sweat, seeing Chloe's black, bottomless eyes, hearing her hum, feeling the prickling on his skin from that impossible clearing. He knows, with a certainty that chills him to his core, that he stumbled upon something ancient, something that operates outside of human understanding, something that uses a guise of a charming stranger and a hidden path to lure unsuspecting souls into its grasp. And he knows that he only escaped by a sheer, terrifying stroke of luck. He tells me he sometimes wonders if the path is still there, waiting for someone else to make a right swipe, to trust a smile, to take a wrong turn down a road that simply does not exist. And he wonders if one day it will find him again,